What is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Sunday. Couldn't remember what day it was. Man, I've been fighting this heat to get all my projects taken care of. It's like 30 degrees outside right now, you know, in civilized units, the metric system that we should all be using. It's freaking hot out there. Yeah, so I was, I don't know if you saw my, YouTube shorts and TikTok videos that I've had out there where I'm talking about the, little projects that I'm putting together and everything. I got the grounding done, so that, the ham radio should be better off. Now, to be fair, I don't know if I really needed those, ground rods, but it's one of those situations that there's no such thing as too much grounding. More grounding's always better in almost all cases. So basically, I can actually give you a visual depiction of what I did without giving away too much info. So, let me open up GIMP here. Maybe that should work for what we're going to be needing. And that's not a derogatory term to anyone that's looking. That's GNU image manipulation process. So we're just going to borrow from another streamer, I guess, drawing the boxes. We'll get a little 1920 by 1080 here. So, okay, so here's what we have. It's going to be a little bit big, but here, we'll make this a little bit. You know what? I wonder if Dia is a little bit easier. Let's use draw.io for this. If you've not used this, this is a flowchart thing we've used before. So let's make a new one. We've done this to show concepts and everything like there. We can do better than MS Paint. But anyway. So basically, let's do we have a house? Let's see. Do we have a house? Makes that easy. Okay, we have a house. So let's just borrow another symbol over here. So imagine this is a house, okay? We'll just go with that representation over here. So we'll just say, you know, let's see. Do we have a ground symbol in here? Do we have a proper... Ah, perfect. We actually have the proper symbol for ground. Okay. So basically what you need to know is before I had 3 ground points. So we're going to give you some basic electrical understanding of everything, why I did it, and all of that. When I seen the live pop up Wednesday, I was like, what? Yeah, I had a class that I didn't need to go to, so yeah, I did the Wednesday stream. Now, normally I do stream on Wednesdays. It's just been kind of weird because I've been taking a class for a certification that I'm working on. Basically, I found out there was some stuff going on that they were training for general licensing for ham radio, and it was a free class, and I was struggling with a couple of concepts that I've been studying for my general ham license for several months, and they helped me break through understanding a couple of the concepts. So we're going to be doing some test questions in a little bit for that in a little while. But let's get back to our little electrical lesson we have going on here. So what you need to know is... I wish I could space this out just a little. Here, we'll make the house a little bit bigger. We'll make my little Ken house a little better. So imagine, you know, we've got that. It's not going to be proportion, of course. Can you connect your electric ground to this grounding system? So you're actually supposed to. And we're going to get into the National Electric Code regulation here. NEC grounding, I think it's section 820, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so... let me see. I wish I had my full-on book, because I don't have my NEC book. I think my dog as a puppy chewed it up. I think it was 820.21, if I remember. Okay, so there are some things, and this is governed by the National Electric Code. This is the law. Well, code, but same thing. Anyway, a lot of this governs things like that, and there are actual regulations that go into mount antenna grounding requirements when using a pole mount. You have bonding ground location requirements, and was it 8.10.21? Did I mistake in that? Anyway, there's a lot of different things that go into grounding. So one of the largest misconceptions, and we're going to talk about this as we go through this segment over here, is people seem to think that you should have separate grounds, that you should have a ground for your electric system, a ground for your telecommunication systems. What's up, Bedrock, by the way? The reality is it's all supposed to be bonded to the same potential. Because the problem is, let's go through my system just so I can explain this to you. So, for understanding's sake, all right, let's start out with, before I jump ahead, putting WD-40 on your rods will help them go in better. I don't know about that. But let's start with this. So originally I had 3 grounding rods here. And the way this worked was I had a grounding rod go into the house over there. Wait, why did it do that? We'll just put this on the side. Okay. So we had a grounding rod. We'll space this out a little bit better so I can get some words and everything in. Y'all can see the screen, right? But anyway, so the reason why this is going in here is this actually bonds directly into my Cat 6A shielding. So, Ethernet shielded, we'll just Ethernet bonding. So that's tied into that. So this ground ties into that. And then there's another ground over here that ties into this. Now the main electric ground actually ties into, I think, this one over here. So this is mains. Now all of these together, more than adequate. Topic right now, we just started the stream like a few minutes ago. We're talking about the projects that I did today on the ham radio, and we're talking about electric grounding because it all plays into networking as well, and this is a vastly overlooked topic whenever it comes to professional IT, even hobbyist IT, and I'm into amateur radio as well, so it's a fair topic that we should all discuss because I don't think it gets discussed a lot, and you'd be surprised how many times in my little more than 10-year career, I've walked into businesses and they've not been able to figure out their telecommunication issues, and it came down to bad or lack of proper grounding. You'd be surprised how often that becomes an issue. Because normally what happens is, let's look at, okay, do we have... we'll just put a little cable modem here. It's not, you know, exactly spec. But imagine you have your provider coming in, right? Your provider's bringing in a line. Well, what do they also have to do? They have to ground the connection. Because if you don't have a proper ground, then issues happen. Now, a lot of people have the misconception that you should keep your electrical ground completely isolated from your telecommunications. They're confusing different topics here. So there is a thing called isolated grounding. So the way this looks, I don't have it in my house, but you can see this very easily if you look around at, like, say, hospitals or stuff like that. They have these special outlets over here. Let me pull this up for y'all to see. They have these special outlets. They usually have they're orange, usually with a green triangle. And what that is it tells you that the ground is isolated from the system, and you're not going to see this as commonly. I've only seen this more in commercial setups. There's a little bit more involved to that. An isolated grounding system is definitely something that you should consider when you're talking about an enterprise setup, especially with noisy environments, things like that. It's a whole other deep topic that you don't need to get too much into. But the easy way to find it, or they're usually orange, but the official designation is an orange triangle. They just usually make the whole thing orange with a little green triangle to make it easier to manufacture the whole thing. But electrically, they operate the same. However, the big difference is there's an insulation barrier construction. That's just isolating ground contacts from the mounting straps. So you don't need to know too much about that for this specific part, because that's something you're going to need to know more about the commercial side of electrician. Just know that that exists, and people get the concept of separating your grounds woefully wrong, I think a lot due to that being there. So what'll happen is, allow me to explain why we don't do that. So I added another 3 ground rods, as I said. All right. And all these are bonded to each other, of course. Now, why do we want to also bond the radio? What's up, Hans? Why do we also want to bond the ground that I'm going to be using for the radio antennas and everything? Because if you have 2 different potentials over here, there is a potential for arcing. By not bonding these together, you could potentially create an arc situation where it will actually, yeah. Not very common, but it is a potential there. So what you want to do is make sure your ground is always at the same potential. Now, in the USA also, your grounding in your house should be at least 25 ohms of resistance or less. Now, what this equates to in most of America, now this equation is going to differ depending on what part of the country you're in. Like if you're in a rocky, more arid area, of course, it's not going to conduct as well, is about 2 to 3 ground rods, 8 foot deep. And you should average about 8 feet of ground rods. What other things should you ground? You should bond. Well, you should ideally ground everything possible. You don't want to, of course, have a fault to ground, which is what trips your GFCI, your ground fault circuit interrupter. When your hot current goes directly to ground, it trips. That's what a GFCI is designed to do. Is this your nuclear facility? Yes, I social engineer it. I've seen you use the electric grease, dielectric grease. So dielectric grease is essentially just petroleum jelly. It helps prevent corrosion. So what I also do is when I install a new battery in my car, I put that on the terminal posts to prevent corrosion. It doesn't hurt anything, and it's electrically non-conductive. What kind of issues can happen with improper grounding? Oh, noisy signals for one, stray currents potentially. So when I say noisy signals, we're talking like your Ethernet modem can get out of whack and start dropping packets and all of that stuff. You know, it's not rejecting different noises properly. So for example, if I'm on my ham radio, you can potentially, because you're operating in similar frequencies as a TV, hear a distorted voice more often. Now, you can even still hear that in a properly grounded situation as well. But basically, there's a lot of different issues that go about it. You will notice issues with your computers, things like that. And surge protections generally don't work without a ground. So you ever notice where you get that third prong on your outlets? That third prong is the ground. And with a lot of noisy devices, like your computers, you can introduce a lot of noise. Do you ever try getting past the rock? I tried it, but after a certain point, I had to give up because it wasn't going to budge. But because I had a totality of 6 rods already, and only one of them I was down to 5 feet where I hit the rock, it's fine. I think the last time I tested my rods, I was getting close to like 14 ohms anyway. So I venture a guess that I'm probably closer to 11 or 12. So I'm way above spec. where I'm supposed to be. I'll probably get an ohm meter eventually to test that out. Yep, high SWRs as well. That's another thing. Standing wave ratios. So basically, God, I've been studying for this. I should be able to answer this correctly. Basically, standing wave ratios are where you are not, your impedance is mismatched, so things are not... Your impedance is mismatched. I've been studying this for weeks. Why am I blanking on this all of a sudden? But basically, you're not having an efficient amount of energy transfer. Which is why I have that tuner, by the way, along with other things that are going on. Well, the more rods, the better. Yes and no. You should always strive to have more grounding than is absolutely bare minimum necessary. But there is a point of diminishing returns. Now, the reason why I did this, impedance is higher. The impedance is higher? What do you mean? Oh, impedance is higher. So, I think what you're talking about is, so the feed points of, say... Here, let me bring some cables out so I can explain this to you. Okay. So this is the beefy LM400 cable that I've been using. I'll just crack this one open. So this has an impedance. Let me get the bigger camera up. This is an impedance of 50 ohms. Now, some of your Ethernet that you've actually been, not Ethernet, your coax that you've been using to bring in your Ethernet connection. Yes, it is technically Ethernet. It's a long story. You know, but you may be familiar with just calling it coax cable internet. Maybe actually operating at 75 ohms. Let me look up what RG6U is. I think it's RG6 that they use. Stay. All right, RG6U. Yes, I got out of my chair, but don't worry, I'm not Hassan. I actually will be here to give you commentary. Yeah, RG6U is 75 ohms of impedance. So this is 50 ohms. So essentially, if I were to connect these two, there would be a mismatch, and you would need to tune the cable. I may be oversimplifying this a little bit, so that you can make sure there's an efficient energy transfer. That's what it comes down to. So, and then you also have window wire, which you may or may not be familiar with, which is like 450 ohms. But yeah, so it has to do with impedance matching and all of that stuff, and there's a whole other world that you start. There's a lot of things that didn't necessarily connect in my brain, even with my electrician background when doing ham radio, until I got into this a little bit more. But yeah, anyway. So, the reason why I did this, and this of course isn't to scale or anything like that, because lazy, but the reason why I essentially did this was because I want to... So, on one side, the line is going out for my ham radio shack. Now, the side that it comes out closest to is also where I'm going to want to bond another connection, because there's going to be a lightning arrestor, essentially a surge arrestor. So the way these work, I should have brought it downstairs here, but I'm going to pull up the ones I got. They're nothing super fancy. They were relatively inexpensive for what I need. I bought mine off of Amazon, but there's many other vendors. We'll go off of DX Engineering, who is one of the vendors that I actually like for a lot of my stuff. So it has these SO239 connectors on both ends, which are similar to the LM400 I have. Now, as you notice, it doesn't have the best images here for you to see, but Let me see if I can get that. So right here is where the grounding wire would be crimped in. And then over here is a gas discharge tube. So the way it works is that if there is ever a lightning strike, the lightning theoretically should go down the line and then hit the suppressor. And then what it will do is shut off the connection. And then I just have to replace the little tube in there. Probably also have to replace my antenna because there'll probably be a lightning strike or something. And you can actually see... I think I saw some examples in here. Here we go. It's like this guy got struck by lightning. Bad electric storm last night, and my lightning strike cooked my Comet GP3 vertical antenna. Sure glad I had my Diamond SP1000 lightning arrestor and 8-foot grounding rod. Definitely saved my Yaesu FT991 rig. Now, the interesting thing that he mentions there is he only has an 8-foot grounding rod. I would bond that entirely to the electrical system. And it's not just me saying that, it's code. There's a lot of misconceptions when it comes out to the code and everything like that. So, when in doubt, refer to the National Electrical Code, NEC grounding mast. How common are lightning strikes over there? They're not that common where I am, but they're always something that you need to plan for, because you have to remember that as you start doing ham radio and everything, where's my draw? You're going to have something poke up out of your house that's going to be higher than the house. So if you are going to get struck, because lightning follows the path of least resistance, just like most other electric circuits end up doing, well, pretty much all of them. So it's going to strike the antenna, which will probably be higher than your house, unless you have trees, something like that. That's why a lot of people don't like to build houses and farms on hills and stuff like that, because when it's higher up and it's the highest point, it's more likely to be hit by lightning. And that is one of the problems that you have with radio towers. Because a lot of people will install radio towers, which, by the way, legally you're allowed up to having a 200-foot tall radio tower without requiring FAA clearance. Any taller than that, you must get permission from the FAA. Other than that, all local municipalities, counties, and stuff like that must make reasonable accommodations for people that are wanting to do radio communications. This is a federal thing. You know, so like your homeowners association can make some restrictions, but it must be equal to the other things when it comes to radio. That's why you'll actually find a lot of people in HOAs tend to put their radio antenna up in the attic. Some people actually convert their gutters. There's actually entire kits that let you install a flagpole and use that flagpole as an antenna. Yeah, anyway. There. What's up, Marco? So, yeah, the idea is that there's going to be a lightning arrestor over here. I'll move this up. Which is going to be coming in to my ham radio shack. The reason why I did that is I wanted the ingress-egress point closest to my house to have a lightning arrestor, because you want to put a lightning arrestor before it enters the building. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the feed point of the antenna, but it should be right where the entryway for the building is going to be for said wire. Otherwise, it can travel downstream and then cook your equipment potentially if things happen. That's why I went a little crazy with the grounding and everything. So, yeah, this has been my little project so far. Honestly, putting the ground rods in was probably the more draining aspect of everything. The next steps that I have is I have to install the grounding wire to the masts that I have installed near the roof for the antennas. And essentially, they're going to all be grounded down to one of the ground rods. And then, after that is bonded together, I will be setting up the antenna. Now, I'm waiting for the final pieces. That should be here this week. Well, not the final pieces, but the final pieces to get bare minimum functionality. So the one thing that I'm waiting for, better extra grounding, that equipment replacement, equipment replacement. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I totally agree. It's better to have extra grounding than replacing the equipment. Especially knowing the cost of the equipment and the cost of grounding. For me to do all of this grounding, just so you have an understanding of how cost-effective this is, I think it was about like $35-40 for a 50-foot spool of 6-gauge copper wire. And then the ground rods, I think, were another $18 for 8 feet of ground rods. Multiply that by a couple times. All in all, you're talking about maybe close to $100. Now, you're probably going to need a sledgehammer or a cap, or preferably, if you can, a hammer drill with a cap to be able to work that down. Don't just sledge the copper rod straight in, because you can likely you're not going to get efficient energy transfer when you hit that thing. So if you see in my little TikTok and YouTube short video about the little cap that I dropped on, that widen the surface area, that actually makes your life a lot easier. And of course, before you do anything that is deep into the ground, call before you dig. It's not just a nice thing to do, it's the law, and it will keep you from a very, very expensive repair. Trust me on that. I've seen a lot of people make too many mistakes. Now, the only reason I didn't do call 811 this time is I called them years ago. I already had my stuff marked out, and I had it all notated where all the gas line is, my electrical lines outside, the sewer lines, all of those things, just to make sure everything was, all kosher. So, yeah. Hey, I remembered about your shielded Ethernet cabling since I saw your TikToks. Does that affect stability? If it does, can you explain why? So the reason why I actually got shielded Ethernet cable is because I was eventually planning for radio. I was always knowing eventually I was going to get into radio. So that was purely in preparation for potentially causing unwanted interference in my own home lab systems while experimenting and learning the art and science of radio. That's why I did the Ethernet bonding, grounding, and everything there. So it doesn't really help stability per se. It helps stability in regards to noisy environments. So, like, if you're an example of you're in an electrically noisy environment, like running near MRI machines. Well, it's more EMI, but it can be electrically noisy too. Lots of motors when it comes to manufacturing facilities, things like that. You don't necessarily need shielded cabling, but it's nice to have in a residential situation. But if you are doing if you're doing shielded cable, you need to make sure all of your equipment is is the same rated, so it's Cat 6A shielded, and it's all bonded together, going out again to your ground rod. So, in the case of my network rack, if you haven't seen it already, I've shown it in a few other videos. But basically, there's a dedicated 20 amp circuit behind it. It has its own circuit to have cleaner power in there with less interference and I don't think spurious emissions is the right word for that. Anyway, it just allows me to have it isolated. It's on its own circuit breaker. But there's also a grounding bus bar behind it that isolates it a little bit better. And all of my patch panels, my PoE, all of that have the chassis. They're all bonded electrically. And then going into there, and then a 6-gauge wire goes out into a ground rod, where it all then feeds into the same system, so all of my entire grounding system is at the same potential. Yep, exactly. Shielded cable needs to be grounded, otherwise it's an antenna for receiving electronic emissions. Yep, that's very true. If you don't have it grounded, it will create more problems than it will actually solve. That's why I steer people away from buying shielded cable unless you have a shielded system that's bonded throughout. Not only that, there's interesting nuances with making sure that you have connectors inside of your Ethernet that are metal so they can actually be grounded as well. So there's that whole thing. It doesn't, not every device needs to have, you know, shielded Ethernet, but those that can benefit from it, you probably should consider it in a shielded system. Or die. There was an incident with gas lines in California. Pretty much. Have you considered solar powering it? No, I haven't. So one of the issues with solar power in the US, don't get me wrong, let me cut you off at the pass. I have no issue with solar power. The issue I have is if you've ever looked at the solar power market in the United States, it's exorbitant in terms of the initial install costs. I know this from when I, you know, say lived in Israel, when I lived in Europe. The actual costs are much lower when you're in Europe. In the United States, we have to pay utility grid hookup fees, and there's a bunch of bureaucratic stuff to cut through, whereas in Europe, they're just like, no, that changes for amongst different jurisdictions, but I know when I was in Germany, it was like, oh, you want solar? Yeah, here you go. It was like less than 1/3 the cost to do equivalent systems in Europe than it is in the US. So it's not very cost effective as much as I would like it to be, and that's because we artificially create those problems here in the US. We do not actively allow for people to improve our own renewable energy resources because of bureaucratic lobbying and BS that exists that, you know, want to keep people tied on to the corporate oligarchies, hegemonies, whatever word you want to pick, that control a lot of the energy sector as it is. That's the unfortunate reality of things. Yep, and those insane markups on the equipment and batteries. Oh yeah, the markup on U.S. equipment is astronomical, not to mention the fact that it's a known fact that a lot of the solar-powered systems make their components where? China. Who's getting tariffed to hell? China. So who pays more out the butt for this stuff? Americans. Thoughts on the leading threat intelligence firms? In what regards? Anything in particular? I mean, there's quite a few threat intelligence firms. In many cases, it feels like they're a circle jerk. Don't get me wrong, they're useful. But I think it's kind of confusing when you're like, oh yeah, we have this threat actor over here. Then you have this threat actor over there. They're the same threat actor, but you call them two different names, so now we don't know who's who. I do think there needs to be, if that's what we're talking about, I do think there needs to be some common ground for what we call these dudes. Like, come on. Even serial killers have consistency with what the news calls them. Who do you think has the best high-level research? Also, didn't you see that Microsoft is starting an industry to push to make a translation table? Yeah, I saw that. As far as who does the highest quality, well, there's different strengths and weaknesses for all the different companies out there. I don't say one's better than the other because they all excel in different ways. And not only that, they're collecting information off of different data points. So for like example, Proofpoint. Proofpoint is getting a lot of their threat intel off of the customers that are in their systems, the same way as Microsoft is, the same way as Mandiant is with Google and other things. I'm oversimplifying this a little bit. Just so don't quote me and, you know, crucify me for this. But I think it's not a matter of who's better, but just as long as they're reputable and their information is able to lead us to valuable conclusions overall, because you still need some corroboration, collaboration, between different sources to confirm information as true. The funny part is that you may benefit a lot if there wasn't the amount of bureaucratic BS, like selling electricity back to the grid with surplus. Oh yeah, there would be totally a lot more benefits if we didn't have all this bureaucratic BS, but the reality is, the rich people, let me rephrase that, the elitists don't like it when the common people have power. It scares them. No, seriously. Like, look at a lot of what the energy companies and stuff have been doing for years, and they've basically been lobbying to keep themselves richer without being held accountable for a lot of the issues that they are themselves creating. I mean, who in their bright mind thought Texas being regulated the way they are? What wasn't it like a few years ago where people were literally freezing in Texas because they didn't prepare their grids properly? Because energy companies didn't want to, and then you saw like the variable electric rates go out of whack, that people were literally paying out the butt on. Yeah. Going to DEF CON for the first time after doing CTFs for the last 4 years. Nice. I go to DEF CON to hang out with friends, learn a bunch of new stuff, and, learn some new tricks and all that. I don't really do CTFs all that much. I've been more of a hands-on kind of guy. But I am going to be trying to partake in the RF Fox hunt this year. Because now I got my own ham radio. I'm not sold on buying a Yagi antenna and trying to pack that in my bag. Because I don't know if y'all have seen a Yagi antenna. They can take some size. So I'm probably going to see if I can borrow one from DEF CON. Because when I was at the, the booth last year, they had antennas, they didn't have radios. So this year, I'll have my radio, but I just won't have an antenna. Well, at least a directional antenna. Because usually, unless you're doing, RF Fox hunts and things like that, you don't really need that much of a directional antenna, unless you're purposely trying to aim in a specific direction. The USA did remove the Energy Star program. Now it is harder to find energy-efficient home appliances. Yeah, I know. That was such BS, because now I have to do all my math and figure out all the things the old-fashioned way. And when I say old-fashioned way, I mean like the way my grandfather used to do to figure out the costs of different appliances. And then I have to dig into all of the technical notes and all that. It's annoying. But I will say this, if it comes in terms of say you're buying an HVAC system, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, look for the SEER rating. You'll want at least a rating of 14, I think, in most of America. I think 20 in the South. I could be mistaken on that number for the South, but 14 I know is good for most of America. And then you can get systems that are in the 20s. The higher the SEER rating, the more efficient they are at converting energy into, electrical energy to thermal energy in the form of often cooling. The other thing is that I really am a proponent of mini split systems. I've got one of those installed in my house many years ago, and they are great. I really think that America should adopt the European approach to individual room cooling, especially if you have an older house that doesn't have central air built in. Don't even bother getting one of those Windows units. Just get a proper mini split heat pump in there. Oftentimes you can install it yourself. It's going to take some time. I had mine professionally installed, and they marked it up a serious amount, but I also didn't feel like getting on a ladder for that stuff. But it's paid off, I think, immensely. If you want to actually learn more about heat pumps, there's a dude on YouTube. I think it's Technology Connections. He is one of my favorite YouTubers I have watched for years. He feeds my tism needs of information. Also, my YouTube feed has somehow become overrun. I just want to show you all this. It's been overrun with pirate software videos and, of course, Trump stuff. And then, yeah, it's just a random mix of different things all of a sudden. But yeah, there's a guy, Technology Connections. He's talked a lot about heat pumps and stuff like that, and he goes deep into it. There's a video, I think, about a year or so ago. If you haven't seen this guy, you definitely should. He gets in depth on a lot of different things. Like, he talked about freeze dryers. He even did this one video talking about, does a ceiling fan get lighter from the thrust that it actually produces? Thermoelectric cooling. And but he's the one that can, you know, like, this is a great video, by the way. I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but he goes into how HVAC industry practices are, you know, oversizing furnaces and everything like that. But yeah, definitely recommend watching him if you're big into learning how and why things work. And he does these nice deep dives into things. I've watched him for like many years, like long before I was on TikTok. But yeah, anyway. Oh, yeah. He's a great dude. He goes into it, and he's actually, I would say, a big reason that I've actually been persuaded to finally accept going into an electric vehicle. I do want to get an electric vehicle, not a Tesla. Make that very clear. Not a Tesla. I want a good electric vehicle, not a hyped-up electric vehicle. And I will stand on this hill and fight anyone who wants to, you know, say otherwise. I want a BYD. I want a Xiaomi. You know, something like that. Here in Europe, mini-split systems are for both heat and cooling are very incentivized. The government subsidizing part of the cost if you get them, and also getting cutbacks in your electric bill. Yeah. And I will tell you from personal experience that having a mini-split system is far more efficient than those window units a lot of people buy. You know, like the box you stick in the window and you close and all that. Like, I remember when I had a window unit, I was throwing money out the window. Like, I'd say, like, probably close to $100 or so a month. Barely kept the room cool. Whereas now, I'm probably spending... It depends on the month, but this is an extremely hot month. I probably spent $50 last month. I'm averaging it out because it's kind of hard to split out what cost what. $50 for the mini split to actually do it, and it actually kept the room so cold that I had to, I'll get into this later on, I just installed a thermostat to control my mini split, because it's not controlled by, you know, the central air one, and they're a lot different. So I played with a Sensibo and a Cello, two different companies I came across, for controlling a mini split system, because they use infrared remotes. So what I did is I have this thermostat there, and now what it can do is I can program it to be like in a comfy zone. So I can say have it shoot between 21 and 25 degrees Celsius, and it will automatically adjust. Because the problem was that I was seeing was that I could set my mini split to be at like 25 degrees Celsius, and it would overshoot, and the room would get to 22 degrees Celsius. So this helps control that a little bit more, and I'm hoping over the coming weeks I'm going to actually save a little bit of money. I'm still playing with it and everything. I haven't gone into any content with it, but it was stupid easy to install. It was about $100 for the device that I got, and then I literally just set it up, connected it to my IoT Wi-Fi network, pointed the infrared remote right at it, hit the power button, it figured things out. I did have to go back in and reconfigure it, though, because for some reason it was only defaulting to Fahrenheit, and I figured out how to get it over to Celsius. If you can't figure out Celsius Master Race. But yeah, and it's been working pretty well, that now I actually have geofencing and other features in there, so when I actually walk out of the house, and it doesn't detect anyone's there, it can shut the mini split off. So now we have eco modes for all the other things and everything. The one caveat that I would have to say, though, is with general AC thermostats, you can set up zone cooling, whereas with a mini split, each one is independent. Now, the cool thing about that, though, is you can have each room be a different climate, which is really great, because let's say you have kids. one kid likes to actually have a warmer room, one kid likes to have a cooler room, and then, mom's over here, having, the night sweats because of the change. Look, we all had a mother that, made us wear sweaters in our house. We don't need to, forget that trauma. She can have the room however she likes. You can, program it however you need. So it's great. Yeah, it's that sometimes happens. You have one that is very powerful, like if your BTU is too high for the size of the room. And I think that's the case of what happened to mine, because as Technology Connections talks about, there are old HVAC industry practices that are oversizing a lot of the furnaces and stuff that we have. And that's the problem, I think, that I'm experiencing and why it's overshooting, and I'm using the thermostat to actually adjust it. So it's really cool that I'm programming it for 25 degrees Celsius, and then it will actually see that, like, okay, it shot down to 22C, but then it'll turn the system off until it kicks back in. It's totally different than a typical thermostat in the way that it functions, at least, yeah. Let's check the comment section. EV6. Oh, we're talking about the EVs. I was looking at the BYD Auto 3, but we don't have in the US, unfortunately, so I'm kind of looking at a Slate Auto. Those looked interesting to me, as well as Toyota's new line of EVs coming out. Those looked interesting to me. I'm not, like, running out that I need to go buy a new car, but it's one of those, like, when I get a new car, I want to do that. And one of the other things I was looking to do was installing an electric charger in my house. And, well, it's more an electric plug than anything, because the car itself is the charger and does the negotiation and figuring out things. But I was going to actually replace the electric water heater I have, so that way I can go back to gas, save a little bit of money there, but then use that electric hookup for a car hookup. I think that would be really cool, because then I can get some faster charging. But there is an outlet, I think, close enough on my house that I could actually still charge my car for the average amount that I do drive and still be fine for top-ups and everything on a standard 120. This is the common misconception a lot of people have with EVs, is that you can charge it on a regular outlet. And no, you don't need a super fast charger. Maybe if you're, driving, along the highway and everything. Thank you for the follow there, Paul. You can get by on an electric car for most people's day-to-day needs and then top up overnight just by plugging it in to a regular 120 volt. Now, you can get faster charging with, 30 amp connections, 50. I think there's some that can even do 80, whatever, but yeah. iOS 26 beta was a hot mess, and I hope that the release version isn't terrible. Well, it's a beta. Betas are always a hot mess. Like, okay, do you know how many people I have that this always cracks me up, because every time there's beta software, and it doesn't have to be just iOS beta. I'm talking Android beta. I'm talking, I've run into people with, like, the Windows Insider beta. I'm like, man, this has been running like crap. And I'm like, that's because it's on a beta. It's not stable. But usually when it gets out into production versions, things get ironed out. Except in Microsoft. Saw Cybersecurity Linux stream. Clicked because I thought Gun Tux is holding what was a Marita rifle from Starship Troopers. Nope, it's a bullpup. I like the rule of having 20% surplus in BTU for good measure of what the size of your room demands. I understand the, rule that they have there, but the issue is, and Technology Connections explains it way better than I will, basically, you can have a lot of idle time with your furnace because it's oversized. Like, he was saying that he could get the house to temperature in 6 hours. And the furnace was idle most of the time. And your furnace can actually run consistently. It's designed to run that way. But the question is, would you want that? It's the whole thing. But yeah. In my house, we all had an independent AC in our rooms. Did not have that issue, to be honest. Well, yeah. That's because you didn't have to deal with the menopausal mom that actually, you know, was hogging the thermostat and making us all suffer like hell had frozen over. You all know what I'm talking about. My dad always said, if you don't want to buy a car, don't go where they sell cars. Fair enough. Need a tech-savvy person for help. Well, you're in the right place. What's up? Haven't seen a budget GPU in a while. You just need direct current, 480 with fast charge for you. You don't... Well, see, the thing is, the car itself is the charger. All it's really doing is you're just putting an adapter in. That's the interesting misconception that comes with EVs every time I've talked to people, is they don't understand the cord you're plugging into the car isn't really the charger. It's the power cable. The charging system is actually in the car that does the negotiation and all that stuff. What CPU would pair well with the Intel Arc B580? Because I heard if your CPU is good, B580 tanks like crazy. There's quite a few options out there. Now I'm more in the AMD camp. I hear good things about the X3D CPUs. I'm still running on a 5950X with an NVIDIA 3070, so I'm just fine. I'm probably going to upgrade my stream box over here to an NVIDIA 5050 and keep my 3070 over here because I want to get AV1 encoding, but I'm probably not going to do that for another month or two. But I do want to upgrade my Twitch and YouTube and all that quality. But yeah, there's you know, the main, you know, you don't have to go like balls to the walls on a CPU, but generally the Ryzen 7s, the Core i7s are higher, should be fine. I hear good things about the X3Ds on the AMD side of things when it comes to that. Yeah. But I will say this, don't, I think, now this could be, you know, different now with the recent Intel versions, but I know AMD responds really well to faster memory. So make sure you get fast enough memory, and it's actually running at the spec that you bought it for. Like, I had to manually tweak mine and overclock it to get to the speed that I actually bought it for. So keep that in mind. I don't think Intel, unless that's changed recently, is as affected by fast memory speeds or memory speed changes. Ryzen versus Intel in 2025, AMD is still better, in my opinion, for at least the value prospect of things. Because the issue is, technically, yes, Intel will be a little faster, but by what margin for how much you're paying? That's the honest question here. I switched to AMD a few years ago, and I've been plenty happy. My two most recent laptops are AMD. My Cube's laptop is Intel, but that's a whole other issue because we're talking about purism and all that, which, by the way, we'll get into the updates and prep of different devices for DEF CON throughout this week. I do need to finally get around to installing the improved Wi-Fi antenna on this and the cell modem in my little mini laptop over here. I want to take this as my note-taking laptop, and a few other things, and then update the Purism laptop, update the Parrot OS laptop, and stuff like that. I've always seen AMD as the gaming beast for the bang for your bucks, whereas Intel has always been well-rounded, but I don't know much in this age. Honestly, AMD has just been hitting it out the ballpark for a lot of things, especially for what I need. So, like, the core counts and everything are just great. I'm still running on a 5950X over here, and I still feel like I don't need to upgrade. Because with my virtual machine loads, I have 16 cores, 32 threads. I think that's how many it is on here. Is it? Hold on. Hold on. H-top. Yep, 16 cores, 32 threads. I had to make sure that number was right. I was like, is that right? Great GPU. Working with its drivers in Linux are a bitch, though. You talking about the Intel GPU? Yeah. I hear they're improving it, though. I did consider looking at the Intel GPUs because they had AV1 encoding, but I don't know. NVIDIA at least is more stable. Yes, I do. When we stayed in hotels, hated the thermostat worse. What's up, Ember? Current rig is an AMD 5 5600 and RX 6650 XT 8GB. Yeah. I know for a fact going from the Ryzen 5 to Ryzen 7 gave me a big boost. I went from a Ryzen 5 3400, I want to say it was, to a Ryzen 7 5700X in my streaming PC, and it made a world of difference for a lot of my streaming loads. Just the streaming loads, not even gaming. But yeah, I definitely can say that, at least for my needs. Now, your results may vary. Ryzen 7 or higher is what I'm going to probably be using for a lot of my stuff. I use the Ryzen 9s, though, on my main box, because you've seen I've had virtual machines up there eating like 16, 20 threads at a time in certain streams and all that. I remember pulling up the article on how a lady at AMD saved the company with the Ryzen series. Yep. There's also an interesting story as well, if you looked into the Intel Centrino days, that led into Intel moving away from Pentium 4's NetBurst into basically reinventing the wheel with Pentium 3 technology. So it was kind of interesting. The Pentium 3 was actually more efficient than the Pentium 4, up until they actually got Pentium 4s to higher clocks. There was a period in time where Pentium 3s were outperforming Pentium 4s. I remember that as a kid. My dad was talking about it when he had to sell these to clients and stuff like that. Intel Centrino came around, which was Intel Pentium 4 redone for laptops. That architecture eventually led into what became the initial Intel Core series. So it was interesting on what came out of this lab in Israel and how they optimized things. And I remember there was a period in time where people were actually preferring laptop CPUs for desktop builds than the desktop CPUs because they were just so much more efficient. It was a really weird time in the early 2000s. I just want my graphic-heavy adventure games to run smoothly. Well, you know what's the most powerful graphics processor? Imagination. Your imagination. I have no idea where that came from. Yeah. But yeah, the wine is hitting you. I had one sip. I am sober. But I don't think that, Najee, I don't think imagination is going to help boost the frames, dog. They will in your mind. The frames are all in your mind's eye. I'd love a building full of hackers and designers and Linux users. We call that DEF CON! Do you go for power efficiency? In most cases, I do. In most cases, I do. Because I like to keep my power bills cheap. That's why most of my home lab is actually ARM-powered. And my firewall's Intel Atom Server Edition. It's an 8-core Intel Atom Server Edition I got from Supermicro a few years ago. I need to replace that box, though, soon. I'll probably get an official PFSense network device probably next year. Get a nice rack mount. Which one was I looking at? Probably will change numbers by the time I actually find it. But, what's up, Seekney? I see you back. The Twitter gods hath resurrected thee. Oh yeah, if you don't know, Seekney got banned on TikTok for, showing arrays in PowerShell. Don't you know, Seekney? You're not allowed to educate people about the microsucks! No, but seriously, he did get banned for PowerShell and talking about arrays, and he's not the first person to actually get banned in TikTok for showing some CLI stuff. If y'all remember, I got banned a few times for that too, which is why I don't really do as much of my advanced stuff on TikTok videos anymore. You plan to a show like Level 1 Techs where they cover the tech-related news? One day I'd like to do that when I have the bandwidth. No, but seriously, I would like to do that kind of thing, but I'd have to have people with me. We'd have to have the bandwidth actually sort out the stories and go through what we want to talk about and everything like that. Because straight up, I like Wendell. I've been following Wendell for years, like back when he was on the Tech Syndicate with Logan, before they had their falling out. I actually know him from there, and I like Level 1 Techs. They're one of the few things I really, really respect. I don't watch them as much as I would like to, but I catch them when I can. I'd like to. But the reality is, I'm exhausted from work and all that all the time, so I do what I can. But back to what I was saying, I probably will end up getting this. This guy over here. The reason why I want to get this firewall is, number one, it's not as expensive as fully replacing the one I currently have. But number two, it's got 10 gigabit ports here. So I could actually future-proof this for if I ever get beyond 1 gigabit per second connectivity. And if I understand correctly, each of those ports, and the funny thing is, it's got like the same CPU that I currently have, if I remember. I don't remember what specifically it has, but they also have unswitched 2.5 gigabit per second ports, so I could possibly do a little bit more oomph. But I can also aggregate the connections or, flip that around, so yeah, anyway. But this is what I'm planning to eventually upgrade to. It's not going to make my network faster, but it's going to future-proof some stuff, and then I have their official hardware, and then don't have to worry about the that issue. But yeah, this is probably what I'm going to go with. Yeah, I know some people are going to be like, why not OpenSense or things like that? I've just been using pfSense for years. I like their stuff. I'm used to it. I know their ins and outs. And then I want to completely rebuild my pfSense because there's a lot of rules in my old stuff that I need to undo. Like, there's a few VLANs I don't use anymore. So I used to actually rent out rooms and give each person a VLAN. And then I realized people suck. I have former friends that left my room so damaged. I don't know if y'all watched my TikToks years ago when I was covering the saga. I had one former friend that was basically abusing his dog, would not let me put it this way. When you are a pet owner, for the pet owners out there, what's the first thing you do in the morning? You let your dogs out, right? I'll often let my dogs out before I go to the bathroom. Just let them out, put them on the lead, whatever you need to do. This dude literally had his dogs piss and crap in his room, and he'd just sleep in it. His dogs would be whining or anything like that, and there were so many times I had to take his dogs out. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm there for the dogs. I will never fault the dog. I will fault the owner. And that was the situation I had to deal with. And he left me not only months without paying me rent, but also caused thousands of dollars in damage on the carpet because not only did it ruin the carpet it was on top of, but it ruined the hardwood underneath it. And I had planned to take up the carpet because it had good hardwood underneath it, but you can see a stain right where it was. So I had to recarpet that whole area. And why did I let him get away with months without paying me rent or anything like that? Because that was in that eviction moratorium thing. Do not get me wrong. There are plenty of dickhead landlords out there. I will not dispute that. But I will also say that I kind of understand why so many landlords have become dickheads because of some of the antics I've seen some of my former friends do when I, as just a dude trying to help them get a leg up, got screwed over. Unfortunately, that screws over a lot of good people. When you give a mouse a cookie. Hardwood floor is awesome. My aunt had a place in Brighton, UK. Original Victorian solid wood floor. I love hardwood floor. Most of my house is hardwood floor. I even redid the hardwood floor with my grandfather, may he rest in peace, and my father when we were on speaking terms. And it was a fun project that we did together. It was one of the first things because when I got this house, I was very fortunate. I was very lucky. But we got it cheap because it needed a lot of work. If y'all remember, I told y'all I had to spend 3 to 4 weeks to evict the roaches from my house. Drilling holes in walls, dropping boric acid down, doing work by day, sleeping at my grandparents at night. And that was like for 3-4 weeks because I ain't about to live like Asmongold does. Okay? And I still to this day freak out if I see one roach in my house. I still to this day freak out. If I see one roach, it is war! The diatomaceous earth comes out, everything's sprayed down, the entire perimeter sprayed down with, ortho bug spray around the property as well, and the edges and everything. Yeah. Only roaches I want to see are in the ashtray. Nice. See, I don't do that stuff anymore. But, if y'all are, okay with doing that, smoke them if you got them. That's not my bag anymore. It's one of those weird things also. Where a few years ago, I kind of realized I didn't really like the smoking thing. To each their own. Some people it's helpful, some people it's hurtful, But, yeah. Roaches, is that what you call roommates now? Well, at least this guy. I mean, this guy was literally talking about how his last place had roaches and he had no issue with it. I mean, he was also that dude. You ever have a person that, you have to yell at to shower because they have no wherewithal of their, own hygiene? Yeah. I'm one of those people where if I'm sweating all day, I take a shower. I'll take a shower right before I go to bed, too. Sometimes I'll take 2 showers a day. Maybe if I feel like I haven't sweat all that much and, do the quick check, I'll go without a shower for 2 days. But there's a certain point when you just like, what's that smell? Oh, that's me. I'm gonna go shower. It should be absolutely embarrassing if somebody comes up to you and says you need a shower. That's just my 2 cents. But yeah, I got the grounding at least set up. The rest of the pieces should be here for my ham radio this week. So I'm hoping we should have that all set up. I should have my antennas and everything set up next weekend. The hardest part about this is the freaking heat. I just can't deal with it. Well, not so much the heat, because I lived in the Middle East. It's the humidity, okay? The humidity is more of the issue than anything. So what I've been trying to do is on the weekends, wake up at the butt crack of dawn and try to get outdoor work done for 3 to 4 hours. And then by like noon, I'm done for the day. So I'm outside for like 4 or 5 hours on a weekend doing what I need to do. So I'm now in the final stretches of things. Grounding wires laid out. Now I just got to ground the masts. I'm waiting for roughly 75 feet of LM400, 2 of them, so that I can run it from the surge suppressor, lightning arrestor, all the way up to the cables. I've got a ferrite choke coming in. We'll document all of this. So the little TikToks and shorts that you're seeing, those are going to be just the little behind the scenes kind of thing. I am going to have a longer form video. I don't know if I'll have it completed before DEF CON. I may have it all recorded before DEF CON, and I may edit it on the plane. We'll see. I'll go through a lot more of the situation there. Why I picked the radio that I had. Why I laid out everything the way I did. Because I'm doing VHF, UHF, and HF. So there's going to be 2 antenna systems for the VHF, UHF, and HF. I'm hoping that I will have my general class license before I go to DEF CON, which, by the way, it's still up in the air if I will be at DEF CON. I have my accommodations set. It's just one of those man plans God laughs. I got insurance for everything. Mate, 2 Echo 1 hotel. Oh, okay. You're nice. Had a 92F day, feel cooler than an 80F day due to the humidity. Oh, yeah. What's my, unk? If you're asking for my call sign, I unfortunately don't give that out much, unless you run into me. People are weird on the internet. Oh, what's up? Okay. Not much. We're just talking radio and tech and stuff in general. Oh yeah, there was Andy's Ham Radio Linux I wanted to check out. So let's set up a virtual box here. Not a virtual box, a virtual machine. So we're going to... Okay, so Andy's Ham Radio Linux, if you're not familiar with it, I met the developer when I was at Hamvention. It is a compilation of different tools out there for ham radio and everything. So let's set this up. We'll give it 4 cores. Let's give you 8 gigs of memory. And let's give you 120 gigs of space. We're going to create that. All right, so let's pull in all this stuff. We're going to set up this OS here. How do you stream and show your screen like that? So I have 2 different PCs. Not that you need to do this. I do that because I already had 2 PCs. There's a Windows Enterprise box over here. Not Pro, Enterprise. Less bloat on there and everything. You don't need to do that. I just have a license key for it. That has my capture cards and everything. Eventually, I'd like to move this over to Linux, but I'd have to figure out my Stream Decks and Elgato key lights and Elgato teleprompter and all that stuff. But yeah, that's for another day. And then, yeah, I just have the capture card brought over for my main monitor over there. We're not going to care about this box, so we're going to make the super sophisticated password. Oh, I do have a stream key through TikTok. If that's the question you were asking. Yeah, that's on the Windows box that's doing all the streaming. It has the stream key pulled up, and it's handling the simulcasting to all 4 platforms that I stream to at the same time. Did you buy any new hardware? Last live you said you were eyeing some. Oh, I'm still eyeing hardware. The question is, do I want to spend the money? Because much like time, money can only be spent once. Okay, so we're installing the base system over here. Plan to go live eventually, but don't want to wait for a stream key. So you can stream to TikTok using Stream Elements and not have to wait for a stream key. That is an option. I have that set up, but I haven't used that yet. So you can go that route. The TikTok stream key, though, you have to go through a live agency. They have to request it on your behalf, and there is criteria. From what I was told, I think it's that I need to at least stream, what is it, 12 or 20 hours per month or something like that? Which is easy to, you know, go after. Sure about money, but you can make more money. You can't make more time. Yep, not unless you got a DeLorean going 88 miles an hour. Yeah, the agency's kind of crazy because, well, TikTok hasn't actually taken the whole live streaming business seriously. Friends label. Okay. US. Okay, you're going to grab all the things from apt to install the thing. Thing is thinging with the flux capacitor. Absolutely. Now, the one question I have was that DeLorean running Unix? Definitely wasn't running Linux. It wasn't around at the time. What are you setting up this box for? So I'm going to be playing with Andy's Ham Radio Linux. So what this is a collection of tools for ham radio. And it's a big boy. 600 megabytes or so. Now, I met the developer at Hamvention. The one complaint that I have about it is they have it on SourceForge, and they don't have a Git repo for any of this. So it's one guy maintaining all of the changes. And he does take feedback. He does work on it. Nice guy, don't get me wrong. But I want to play with it because this is inherently going to be probably the system that I am using for my ham radio in my ham shack. Yeah, I like Debian as well, if you notice by my logo. I got the Debian swirl built in there. For this purpose, we're going to do XFCE. What's a ham shack? A ham shack is what we call our home lab for radio. For my ham radio. So I am into amateur radio. I'm building my first ham shack. I have a couple of videos here. I can actually show you. Hold on. I'll pull up the video while this is installing. Hey, Jason. Thanks for joining us in 7-3, buddy. Yeah, I've been doing ham for about a year, and I'm kicking my butt because I should have done it a lot sooner. So I had a couple of shorts I put together because I didn't have the time to really sit down and do the video. So this probably can show a little bit. Hold up. I just realized something. Yep, I rebooted my machine. Hold up. Let's get you to hear some sound. I always have to create that combined sync. I could do it as an init. Is it possible to build a secure home lab in an apartment? Absolutely. But first, let's talk ham radio, then we'll get back to that. That cool? This is some of the thickest coax cable you will ever see. This is LM400. This is a little less than half an inch or about 1 centimeter thick. I'm currently staging my ham radio shack right now. This is the... If you're wondering, that's right behind me. FT991A that I will be using. There's 2 lines here, one for VHF, UHF, and another one for HF. And of course we have an antenna tuner over here. My SWR meter is on back. We've got our key here for Morse code. I'm going to be teaching myself Morse code as well, if you didn't pick up on that. We've got our power. I'll explain why in a bit. And I drilled out a hole to run this through. That hole took me 30 minutes because I was going through solid wood with a freaking huge-ass auger bit. Okay? And the drill kept getting caught up. I smacked myself in the face like 3 or 4 times because you know when the bit gets stuck, the drill sometimes keeps going? Yeah, so it'd be like... The outside. I'm just staging all the wires right now because we just finished the initial grounding. I've mounted a little telco box that the cable that I just showed you is... So this goes into the grounding I was talking about, so I'm going to have the lines come in and then just kind of slowly arc up and around to give me a nice bend radius for both of those lightning arresters and then have the ground wires come out into the rod. Be running to for the lightning arrest, which will tie into the entire grounding rod system I showed in the last little short form video. I've got my 2 antennas in. So if anyone's wondering what antennas I'm using and you're a ham radio guy, my first antennas for my ham shack are going to be a Diamond Antenna X300, which looked to be a pretty good one for VHF and UHF. And then Comet Antenna CH8 250 HD. That one's going to be a little bit more work because that's a 30-foot antenna, and I got to guy that. Set these up later on this week, along with 2 of... So those are the actual lightning arresters I'm talking about. So the bottom here is where I'm going to be putting 10-gauge wire in and crimp to that connector. That's a gas tube right there. So if it ever goes, I should be able to theoretically just replace that gas tube there instead of the whole device. The lightning arresters over here with 10-gauge wire to bond. And that little clamp is what's going to be going onto the masts that I have on the side of the house. As well with 6-gauge wire between. So the plan is the lightning arresters will connect into these initial 25-foot runs of LM400. Then they will go to my antenna, which is about another like close to 80 or so feet of LM400. And then back in the shack, we'll have some RG8X for the short jumper. Eventually, I'll get a lithium phosphate battery, but I figure an APC UPS. I just had that laying around. I didn't buy that in particular for this job. I just had an extra one as a backup. Yes, I have a backup of my backups. I have laying around should be enough for now. Later on, I'll get into making a long... So this is the home network rack I was talking about a little bit earlier. That's Cat6A shielded in there. You can kind of tell by the metal connectors, sort of. But there is a bond cable going from the back of it to... I can show you in another video. And how. Yeah, so that's basically the long and short of what I did. You can see I drove in the ground rods there in that prior video. But there is... Hold on. Yep. Certification. This video has a little sneak peek of my home lab. Yeah. So I can show you this. Straight into IT. So this is what I was talking about. So there's a 6-gauge wire that goes into the equipment that I have electrically bonded. So as you can see, there's a couple cables going in there. Those go into the patch cables, which are also bonded to, the enclosures that needed additional bonding and stuff like that. And then this goes out into the ground rod outside. Low voltage wiring with my own 20 amp circuit there, just for my network rack. Shooting under pressure and reading diagrams, schematics, and blueprints. Eventually, I realized I didn't want to be... But, yeah, so that's there. Now, to your point of a secure home lab. Do I have the front in here? Okay, so to your point of having a secure home lab in the apartment. Yeah, you can totally do that. Now, this is an apartment that I've actually... something about what good wire management is so nice. This is kind of messy, but I'm also in here all the time, so for all I cared, if it's color coordinated, that's what mattered more to me. So I do have color coordination, so, white is PoE powered, blue is not. You can tell where everything's going by different colors. Short of these guys over here. That was just more to stick out. But anyway, so... For the person that was asking a secure home lab for an apartment, yeah, you can totally do that. More or less, you could do something similar to mine. Now, bear in mind, I installed a rack into my house. I had the ability and permission to do this because my landlord's kind of a prick, but he's kind of okay with me installing this equipment. I'm the landlord, just so you know. And more or less, all you need to do is just find how to rack all the equipment. Now, the one thing that I've seen, if you want to get fancy with it, people have actually figured out you can use IKEA furniture for server racks called the lack rack. So you can actually buy these lack tables. I've used them for my 3D printers and stuff like that. And they are the perfect dimensions to house equipment. So, you can install a couple switches easily there. Look, there's a Dell Power Connect switch over there. So you can easily use a lack rack to, make it apartment friendly. And these tables are last I checked, $8 or $9 a piece. So you can buy a few of them. And there's nothing wrong with putting them in your apartment like such. Look at this. This guy has an entire stack here with, servers and everything. Look, this is actually pretty clever here. He has 2 lack tables there and then just sat his servers on top of it. And, yeah. Yeah, IKEA is really goated for a lot of DIY solutions, but this is totally feasible and totally respectable to do this in an apartment where you don't want to have anything permanently affixed. And then all you have to do is, if you're running wires across the apartment, put gaff tape down. You can easily remove gaff tape and stuff like that. I see a lot of people use duct tape and stuff like that. Just use gaff tape, okay? And the idea is you want to be able to tear down whenever you can. So, yeah, this is a totally feasible way. Room's gonna be hot as fuck in an apartment, though. No, it depends. It depends. So if you're going with an energy efficient route, like this over here, do you know how much power this entire rack is pulling? Anyone want to take a guess? And I'll help you over here. You've got a 4-bay NAS. You've got a PF firewall over here and a super micro. You've got a non-PoE switch, a PoE switch, a modem, and a cell modem. Not shown here. It's off of the camera for my 5G internet backup. This entire rack, when under load, uses no more than 200 watts. That's all the power being injected to the cameras, every IoT device that's on PoE as well, throughout the house. That is everything. Only 200 watts. So, when you're talking about how hot your network overall will get, that comes down more so to the parts that you choose. Could I, for example, use a power-hungry server like these guys over here? Yes, absolutely. You totally could. So it's going to come down to the parts that you pick rather than, oh, a home lab is going to eat a lot of power. You could have freaking like dozen or 2 dozen Raspberry Pis. In fact, let's go to Thingiverse and find a project that I saw. Hold on. Raspberry Pi. Hack. Yeah. You can find all sorts of 3D printing projects out here for, like, you know, look at this. These are Raspberry Pis. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and these have the PoE hats. So you could have 6 Raspberry Pis right there. There's your cluster. You want to tinker with Kubernetes? Or you could even do, like, you got this guy over here. I actually built that a while ago when I thought I was going to go more Raspberry Pi heavy than I actually ended up doing. You can even get some mini PCs, like from Minis Forum. There's the Lenovo's that you can get secondhand, things like that. So in terms of the heat and the power usage, that comes down more to what components you're going to pick, you're going to install, and you're going to configure. So you could use as much or as little power as you so desire. That's all upon your responsibility. So I know people out there that, no joke, for their entire lab, they're probably drawing close to 2,500, 3,000 watts. There are people out there that, you know, expense that much because they want to run a lot in their labs. There are people I know that use less. But also, a home lab doesn't necessarily have to be physical. You could also have a cloud lab. So I have components that are in AWS, in Linode, in DigitalOcean for when I'm tinkering with different things. Now, eventually, once I get over some burnout, I want to create a CI/CD pipeline for terraforming assets into AWS using Spacelift. Do y'all know what that all that means, or do I need to walk through that? It's okay, you know, that's kind of what we're here for. I made a Linux server on AWS for free, did a choo-choo train command. Well, the real question is, did you have a cow say it and then be in all the rainbow colors? I like the cow say command and I like the lolcat command. But yeah, basically I'm trying to set up a CI/CD pipeline so that I can terraform a lot of my stuff, because I have some stuff that I have in my home lab physically. I want to start moving to Lambda serverless functions because they don't need to live on their own hardware. Now, the way that's going to work probably is I'm going to have a GitHub repo. I'm going to have to rework some of my automations to work with Doppler Secrets Manager. Have a private Git repo, read my stuff, pump that into Spacelift off another repo that's going to define the stacks. And then it's going to launch a Docker anytime I make a change to terraform it. And Terraform is infrastructure as code. The full open source version is OpenTofu. And what that's going to do is essentially tear down and deploy whatever resources I need, so I don't have to worry about manually configuring a bunch of stuff. It's configured in the Terraform, and if I ever need to rebuild it, I have that. Just boom. Done. Great. Okay. Grub bootloader. Let's set this up. Yes, we want to install it on the main drive. We're going to do on dev VDA. Okay. The thing is thinging. So I could have installed Andy's Ham Radio Linux on my base system with Pop! OS. I didn't want to do that because I want to keep this box a little bit clean, and I wanted to play with it because I know it installs a lot of hardware. Not hardware, software. Now, he's tested it for all kinds of Linuxes. I'm going to fully test it in Pop! OS later. Arch Linux makes me cry. I had to use a time machine to go back. Tried Ham Radio Linux. I didn't like it. What, Andy's Ham Radio Linux? Well, the thing I liked about it when I was playing with it and talking to the developer was just how many tools it had out the box. That's more so why I'm interested in it. Now, there's another one, Dragon OS or something like that. There's another one. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Yada, 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 yada. There was another one that I saw that was a little bit more focused on SDRs. Dragon OS, that's it. Yeah. It'd be nice if there was an operating system that had both of them. .7.3 Linux? Haven't heard of it. But this one came across my radar first. Okay, so hold on. Installation instructions. Let's go RTFM, people. Yada, yada, yada. Debian 12.10, XFCE. That was the big thing. He had multi-tiered storage. All right, memory requirements. Installation instructions. Install the AHRL files. Move the file to /root. Oh, I have to move it to root? This is kind of a weird install method. I do think there needs to be some refinements there, but okay. Okay, let's move this over to the other monitor so I can see both. You wanted to ask what you do for work, if that isn't too much. Cybersecurity engineering. So move it to Andy to /root. Really? You're gonna be that prick. All right. I'm not gonna bother with adding him to the pseudo words because we just need to get this moved, and I'm probably gonna destroy this afterwards. We're gonna move Andy to /root. Did you start your career as IT help desk? Kind of, sort of. Okay, so Wait, what? You want me to go to user local and then tar xvzf the root of Andy. Oh, so I just had to... It's such a weird way to package it. 15 years in IT help desk. Oof. Sounds brutal. Thank you for the follow, Wranglers. What you working on? I'm playing with Andy's Ham Radio Linux before we do some gaming on Linux. But just scratching my head at why they package it this way. Okay. So we've got that packaged in. And then it wants us to install AHRL to greater than amp. No. Probably helps if I type it right. 1 e out.txt. The script must be run by root. What the hell? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. I was root. I literally elevated root to root, and root worked. What the hell? That made no sense in my brain. Does that make sense to any of you? Because, like, I'm just trying to see. Am I just going full artard here or something? But, yeah, I was root. Yeah, it probably has broken contextual logic for sure. Because, like, you saw I SU'd into root, switch user into root, and then I had to sudo-I in root to root the root. Yeah, that made no sense to me whatsoever. I'm about to release a threat intel tool, web app. Nice. GitHub source, Pacman, RPM, Flatpak, etc. Wait, what? Oh, how did you install it? Oh, so I saw this presentation when I was at Hamvention, one of the world's largest conventions and, events for ham radio people. And he did this talk on ham radio Linux. This guy, Andy. Well, the issue is, and I talked to him about this in person, and I'm like, why don't you have a Git repo for this? Why is it on SourceForge where you're the only real maintainer? And he's like, well, because no one's really asked for it. And I'm like, that's not really a good answer. Like, when people come to me and say, like, well, I don't do that because people don't ask me, I'm like, well, have you thought that maybe people are? Decoding? Not really. What is the username of the default user? Okay, so this has got dump 1090. Ooh, cool. It's got ADSB stuff built in. Right on. And apparently this is good enough that you can run it on a Raspberry Pi, but you're going to need a decent-sized SD card. Based on the notes here... 8 gigs of memory you're going to probably want. 32 or 64 gigs of space is ideal. Yeah, 8 gigs is probably the recommended amount you're going to want. Of course, more is always better when it comes to memory. You can never go wrong with more memory or grounding. Now, it does look like they have a recommendation for more CPUs. Maybe the shell script doesn't understand native root context, isn't expecting sudo instead. Probably, because we saw when I was switching user to root, because I didn't add my user in this virtual machine to the sudo file, when I did a sudo-i as root and did a sudo, then it worked. It's kind of weird. What is my goal? To just explore a little bit of this distribution for ham radio, because right now, I'm in the final stages of figuring out my ham shack. I've got the grounding out there installed. I'm waiting on the final cables. So right now, I'm trying to determine the companion laptop. So for those of you not aware, you can plug on many ham radios. I have a Yaesu FT991A. I can plug it in over USB, and I can have my computer directly interface with the ham radio to give it more capabilities than your standard radio will allow. So I could even potentially have the computer completely do the operation there for many different things. So like when I want to start doing things like on FT8 or Whisper, these acronyms may not mean much to you unless you're in ham radio, I can then start doing all of that stuff. Plus I can better automatically log all of my contacts using my computer, and it just makes, you can do a lot more with it. You're running this as a service. Well, this is for my own ham shack. You can do this yourselves. I legally can't let you operate my ham radio unless you are a ham license operator that actually can then be given remote control and all that kind of stuff. And that's in FCC rules and all that stuff. So you're going ham. Yeah. But we're keeping it kosher. Oh, I meant as a service on the OS. No, so this is purely for me to tinker with. There's going to be a whole separate dedicated device I'm going to have in the ham shack. I have one of my old laptops there that's going to be set up with an operating system. I'm just kind of trying to see what is going to be running on it. Could I run this with Windows? Absolutely. Are there plenty of tools out there for ham radio on Windows? Absolutely. Am I going to be running Windows in my ham shack? Hell no. I don't even like Windows on my stream box over here, but I have to suck it up because of Elgato. You'll see there's a lot of different apps in here. It's building a lot of different things. Like the reason why I'm picking AHRL to at least play with was, no joke, there were hundreds of tools in there that are ham related. This is probably going to take a minute. Wait, is it literally Yeah, it's literally compiling some of the software here. So it's compiling it right now. Should have given it more CPU. Code name, Honeypot Ham. Code name, Lyoko. Okay, so we're already seeing, I think, some stuff come through. Yeah, it's building some of the apps out there. It's going to have a lot of this stuff in there. Solar data. Like, it's going to have a lot of stuff in here. From being able to calculate radio signal propagation to just a lot of math things, TV and antenna designing tools that I saw them use. It really had a lot. Like, the dude had a good, like, hour and a half talk, and he could only, like, give a surface level glance of all the different tools. And, you know, him even saying, like, I don't even use all the tools that are in here. But it's going to be interesting as I start getting deeper into this, because I started with a handheld ham radio. You know, I started with a Baofeng, moved over to a TID H8. Now I have an Anytone AT168UV. I need to program that. I'll probably get around to that this week. This week and next week is all about setting up things as I go to DEF CON. I'm probably going to take that Anytone with me to DEF CON because it can do DMR, digital mobile radio, as well as my analog settings. But what'll be interesting is to see what repeaters are available in Vegas, and who's on it, as well as who's going to be using the GMRS bands local to me when I am out there at the show, and see who I can pick up. What I think will be interesting, though, is if I can somehow, one of these years, what I'll probably end up doing is go out to DEF CON with a Yagi antenna and see if I can track down some people just to mess with them. That'll be kind of fun. But what I think would be really cool is if in, like, events like the DC Shoot, as well as Toxic Barbecue and all that, I could set up a POTA. I won't be able to do it this year, but maybe next year I'll get something like the Yaesu FTDX1, FTX1, which looks really interesting. So while this is compiling, I'll set this off to the side so I can show you what I'm talking about. There's a radio I want to get, and some people have been liking it, some people haven't. It's a little bit more expensive, admittedly, but the cool thing about this is it has all the capabilities of what I can do with my current radio, the FT991A, but it's a mobile radio. Hold on. Where's a better picture of this? Was this it? Yeah, so you can actually have this for mobile. The radios are a throwback. Buddy, not a throwback. This radio just got released this year. But yeah, I'd love to get something like this so I can actually, you see, it's got an RF amplifier. I would love to get this kind of a radio, but that's a good chunk of change. Has a lot of capabilities. But I think this would be really cool to set that up. And then tie it up with, hold on. I want to get that radio and then tie it up with this antenna kit here. What's so different than the past radios? Well, that's basically an SDR, and there's a lot more capabilities with current radios, and you can plug it into USB to have a lot more capabilities. My radio's a couple years old of a design, but yeah. And we got digital modes and stuff like that. So this right here is a backpack system that has a kit where you can actually deploy a whole bunch of antennas. And when I say deploy a whole bunch of antennas, it's literally a backpack with a bunch of different configurations you can have with this. So it's got your little Balun micro device there. And then you've got antenna wires. That's actually antenna wire out there. So let me show you. This is what was really cool. You can set up as a man pack. You can get a vertical, portable vertical, horizontal NVIS, sloping wire, inverted L, end-fed inverted V, which I think would be really cool. So you can easily, like, you know, drop the backpack, stake it in, and then just run your wire to the radio, which, you know, quick, easy for HF comms. You've got your portable, you have your spike, you can put it down, and that can actually be your radials over here. So, yeah, you can set up radials and then feed it out. And then you can also do NVIS, so you can, like, hook that up between trees. And all these different configurations give you different performance with operating your radio. That's part of the cool thing with the art and science of radio. So you can do, like, a sloping wire. You can even, you know, do a little L config, so you go up and around. And then you have your inverted V, which I eventually want to set up in my own backyard. And of course, you know, you have to do the math. It looks like they're doing 234. Are they doing quarter wave? I think so. So this formula over here is how you can determine the length to match to the frequency you're trying to hit. And of course, you got your horizontal dipole config. There's so many different ways you can configure this. It's pretty fun. But yeah, that's the kit over there. And you can see, you know, the different, you know, ways that the signal will propagate out. But that's the Chameleon MPOS kit. That plus this would be a really cool POTA setup. Warham, next this guy's going to talk about RFM. You mean RTFM? Alright, so we're still waiting for that to compile its thing. See you later, Ring Liz. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, so, root burger with root. But yeah, this radio was one I had my eyes on when I was at Hamvention, but the problem that I had with it was, the price, because this is going to be my first radio. This would be really cool to have, because, like, this is a, half a watt to 10 watt there, but if you get this little, amplifier over here, that can boost it to 100 watts, making it pretty decent of a performer. Now, the one thing I'm curious about, they don't really show you the back of it. And that's where I'm really curious, is like what the connectors are for this. You're getting into radio? Oh, I've been into radio for a little over a year. Hopefully I'm going to be passing my general license soon. Which reminds me, while Andy's Ham Radio Linux is compiling, yeah. So I've been using handheld transceivers for a little, for about a year now. And it was about time for me to go into HF and get a proper ham shack set up. So, I don't know if you saw, but I had a couple of TikTok videos and shorts of me setting up my radio shack. And this is what I would like to eventually build up into. Now, what I was curious about was... Oh, USB PD. You can charge. If I had the money, I'd drop it on an FTX One. But what I'm curious about is the antenna connections themselves. So it uses BNC connectors. So I would definitely need a BNC. Now, the cool thing is, I goofed and accidentally bought an N-type connector for my Diamond X300 when I was over at Hamvention. So I can easily get a BNC to N-type connector for HF VHF, no problem. But I will need to figure out the HF, which is probably going to be the chameleon thing. Now, as far as the radio I have, for those of you not aware, because I'm not going to reach into my shack behind me, this is the radio that I bought at Hamvention. I bought this in person because they had some deals, and it looked like a pretty nice radio. I even talked to a coworker at work that has, he uses ICOM and everything, and we determined that this is a good one for me to start out with because my criteria was I wanted to be able to do both HF, VHF, and VHF, UHF, and HF off the same station rather than just doing handheld transceivers and my mobile radio that I do in my car. So this fit the bill. You know, you got RTTY, packet, you can do, amplifiers if I ever go down that route, and it's got a USB connector for all the other things I want to do. And like I mentioned, there is VHF, UHF, and HF connections there. And then I got a Yaesu 1030 power supply. Yeah, this will be fun. And then now it's up to figuring out the computer side of things. Yeah, I hear the HF side of things is a lot more fun when it comes to ham radio. The other thing I want to do, so the ham radio comes with this hand mic out the box, and that's okay. What I want to do, I'm going to show you. This is one of the, like, I want to replace this with a... I just need to find an adapter for it. There was an old-fashioned microphone I saw on here. Like these candlestick ones. Not like these. There's another design that I was looking for. I'd like one of these retro kinds. Hold on. I saw it like a while ago when I was looking at it. I just can't figure out what it is. Hold on. Was it? Nope, not that. It was like really vintage looking. Did I find it on Etsy? I think I found it on Etsy, actually. Old Silver Eagle mics. Oh, I think that's exactly what I was looking at. Yeah, these kind are what I was looking at. These guys. That was exactly what I was looking for. I couldn't remember what it was. WSJTX improved in Grid Tracker. They worked great together for digital modes. I will try to keep that in mind. Right now, I'm still in the middle of building the ham shack. I just got the grounding rods installed. I've got the first 25 feet of LM400 staged. I'm waiting for the next 75 feet or so. Because what I'm planning to do is run it all at once. And hopefully within one day next weekend, knock out installing both antennas. I've already got the masts installed. I shared that actually on the Discord. For those of you not aware, we do have a channel. We have a server, and there's a channel for all things radio. And I got these. There's two of these guys installed. So I can have plenty of masts, and then the mast is stuck up there with a, what is it, 1 3/4 pole. So it's pretty damn sturdy. And I think we put that in with like, I want to say like 12-inch lag bolts. So that thing ain't moving anywhere. I literally was hanging off of this. But yeah. And eventually what I plan to do is once I get my HF, VHF, and UHF antennas figured out for my ham radio, I eventually do plan to set up weather satellite station, ADSB, as well as mesh-tastic repeater. And I'm considering also doing UAT, though I don't think as many planes use UAT as ADSB. Most planes that I've learned of that, you know, need to add the transponder anyway, just shoot for ADSB anyway, because if you're flying above 18,000 feet, you're going to need ADSB anyway, and 6, 7 dozen the other. I'm already looking into the emergency response groups and stuff like that. That's part of the reason why I'm getting into a general license, to possibly help them out. Because I'm also, like, planning for those kind of situations. Oh, yeah, also I'm looking into satellite weather imagery. So there was actually, if you haven't been on my streams before, there is a, shoot. I can't remember the website I go to all the time. Crowd Supply. So if you go to Crowd Supply, they actually have quite a few devices for radio. They have software-defined radio devices. Well, they have this device over here, the Discovery Dish. Like, they have a lot of different things. Like, this is ridiculous how many things you can find in here, radio-wise. And this is like Kickstarter on steroids for super geeky stuff. Like, just go through here if you ever any time, Crowd Supply, and you're going to find your wallet's empty by the end of the time you're browsing. But anyway, they have some cool things in here. Now, they have a project in here called the Discovery Dish. And the reason why I like this is it's an open source satellite dish. They're working on an auto rotator as well. It's going to be open source too. But you can actually have this work in radio astronomy and a couple other things just by changing out the receiver in there. So you can do dish and mount is $115. Then you need to buy the feed. So you can have an L-band, S-band, Inmarsat, hydrogen line discovery feed. So with 4 dishes, you can cover pretty much anything. But then, of course, you have to get the positioning just right. So, you know, let's see. L-band, 1.69 gigahertz active and filtered feed in a waterproof enclosure for receiving data from GOES, HRIT, GK2A, Fengyun, LRIT, Fengyun, HR. Includes a feed arm into a Discovery Dish, feed guide, and 6 meters of LMR 240 equivalent coaxial cable. You've got the S-band. So you got to look up what you're actually looking for. You have the Inmarsat feed. And then you, of course, have hydrogen line feed for radio astronomy. Now, this is what they're actually working on, is the auto rotator. That's what I really want to get, because that'd be really cool to set up, like, several of these dishes in my yard and just have them point at different things. That would be so cool. I'm going to be the crazy guy with all the dishes and the antennas. You think he's listening for aliens? No. I think he's listening for his people to come pick him up from this godforsaken planet. But I think that'd really be cool to get a couple of these. Now, the question is, I don't know if I'd get all 4 it depend on what I actually want to do. I would definitely like to do satellite imagery, which it looks like is the L band over here. That would be really cool, because then I could just pull up my own live satellite feed on the weather and start doing, you know, like dives into what the weather is doing or anything like that. Hydrogen astronomy does seem pretty cool too, but I'm working on making a remote antenna switcher with ESP32. Nice. We're still building this. This website is called Crowd Supply. They have a lot of cool technology and stuff like there. They've got new stuff coming out all the time from lots of creators. Yeah, there's a few things in here I haven't seen since I was last here. MathPad. Type equations at the speed of thought with this specialized keypad. I bought my little MNT Reform laptop from there. Yeah. An open source manual pick-and-place machine for PCB artisans. This looks really cool. This Kraken SDR over here. Because you can do, like, multiple things all at once. Yeah, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 radios all built in. So you could have it tuned to 5 different frequencies if I'm not mistaken here. Wouldn't that be cool? This would be really cool as hell to play with. So it looks like it's got 6 RTL 2832U ADC. Oh, and you can turn each one on and off with the dip switch over there. SMA antenna connection, so you could easily tune your antennas to different things. And what's this noise calibration switch? Yeah, this would be really cool. USB-C data power, say data and power. Interesting how they split that out to 2. And it looks like it has a little web interface too. So what? Ooh, there's an Android app. Interesting. Hold up. In addition to the web interface, we have developed a companion radio direction finding Android app that can be used to automatically determine the location of a transmitter. Since a typical Android phone has capabilities that include necessary sensors and software like GPS, compass, mobile data, and mapping, we have made use of these features to create an affordable radio direction finding system. Well, shut up and take my money! An example scenario might be our 5X magnet mount antenna arrays mounted on the roof of a car with Kraken SD. Look, you already are taking my money! I'm about to, like, cream my pants. This seems so good. A Raspberry Pi 4 and an Android phone inside the vehicle cabin. As the operator drives, the Kraken SDR will constantly provide bearings relative to the antenna array. The Android app receives these bearings via Wi-Fi and adjusts them to the direction of movement determined via the Android phone's GPS sensor, resulting in an automatic and accurate calculation of the map bearing towards the transmitter for that particular location. The app then logs this data and plots it on a map grid, which is used to automatically determine where the bearings intersect. Generally, it will only take a few minutes of driving to accurately locate a transmitter with a strong continuous signal. The app then goes a step further and provides automatic turn-by-turn navigation that will lead you to the transmitter without needing to take your eyes off the road. Oh shit! Shut up and take my money! That is sweet. That is sweet. Yeah, I definitely need to get this guy. I've been eyeing it for so long, but I've never really looked much into it. That is so cool. Hold up. Radio direction finding. Yeah, antenna that only receives antenna. So you could. Okay, so this is where it would probably be good to have a Yagi in there. So imagine if you have like several Yagi antennas and all that. What's up, Codemeister? How's it going? So yeah, these are omnidirectional antennas, but it looks like they're SMA connectors, so I could easily replace those with any antenna that I actually want. Now here's the we have wide bandwidth. HF, VHF, and UHF. Can you put it in a drone? I don't see why the hell not. This is... Well, I know what I'm buying after DEFCON. I want this. Am I going to use it all the time? No. But I'm going to be that guy that's going to have antennas on his car. Does that make me crazy? Yes. Do I care? No. You totally could make a radio direction finding drone using something like this. That wouldn't be hard. That's something that's actually built into a lot of different, like what in the Ukraine war, they're actually looking at stuff like that. But yeah, this site is great. You can find lots of things like, look, ultimate solderless optical drive emulator for the GameCube. Data fitness connector. Ooh. Yeah, I forgot about this guy. So this is an SDR. That's an M.2. You can put in your machine. So, yeah, you can have a software-defined radio in your little laptop or something like that. That's so cool. What's this? Healthy Pi Move. An open-source biometric monitor in a watch form factor. So it's open source. Has the things. What's this? That's kind of weird. You want to walk around with a watch on and a thing strapped to your finger? That is the epitome of if you like it, you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you... It's interesting. And they compare it over here. There's a PPG finger sensor, whereas the other ones use a wrist sensor. Like, I understand why they did that, because the finger might be a little bit more accurate. But it is really interesting how the Healthy Pi Move is only using 0.5 meg of memory. That's doing a lot with very little. That's amazing. Now, the interesting part is the onboard USB Type-C port. So, theoretically, it lasts longer, but it's USB charging. So, the question that I then have... Oh, it can do blood pressure, too! Whereas the Apple Watch, at least, couldn't, that I have. That's interesting. So, the question that I have is... water resistance. Conveniently does not mention anything about it. Still an interesting concept, but it needs to have some water resistance, especially if you're talking about something that's going to be health related, because you're going to have people that are going to be, you know, making things. I mean, running things. But yeah, there's tons of different devices in here. I'm still waiting for... I wonder if they launched it. Where are we at? That's probably not going to get done tonight. This was a really interesting idea. It's taking a while. But the idea is a full-on... e-ink display that's 13.3 inches. Do you know how great that would be for people like me that have visibility issues? Like, I can go shooting and all that, and I can see just fine. But the issue that I have is when I'm dealing with text and things like that, e-ink is so much easier to read. Now, this isn't like, gaming. It's still going to be kind of slow and ghosting and all that if you ever dealt with e-ink. But this would be great to, like, browse the internet and just see things on an e-ink display. They got a lot of cool things in here. The other thing that I have, this, I need to find where mine is, but it's a reprogrammable e-ink display. I gotta find mine for DEF CON. I reprogrammed mine to have a QR code. It does have an RFID tag, but I 3D printed a case that has an NFC card in the back because it doesn't have capability for that. But this is a really great little guy for like 45 bucks. Take it to conventions. You can reprogram that to display whatever you want. And it's super, super easy to work. Healthy Path Fab. Oh yeah, this is a little mini 3D printer I was looking at the other day. Look how small that is. That's a 3D printer. Little mini SLA. So tiny. Not a bad little guy. And of course, open source. It's not too badly priced. I mean, yeah, you could get bigger for that size, but still not bad considering everything. Now, let's see. You have GNSS devices. You've got home automation products in here. They got a little bit of everything if you're, curious. I like Crowd Supply. A lot of these devices are more niche. Just making that very clear. They tend to be more on the open source side, but you can find some pretty cool things in here. Some of these are just the other supplies they sell with it. But you see like what is this? Like a Flipper Zero kind of equivalent thing. Some interesting keyboards. What's this? A PieCast KVM. Huh. But yeah, tons of little different devices. Crowd Supply is definitely something I would keep your eye on. Check it out once in a while. There's tons of new little things they have in there all the time. Really interesting devices on the security side that they come up with. Like this precursor. Interesting concept. Don't think I'll ever get one. Don't get me wrong. Love the idea behind it. It's kind of expensive. But imagine having a device to manage all your passwords a little bit more securely and be your security key, isolated from your other devices in a fully open source, open hardware capacity. Or you have dice keys, where you literally can have the dice be your security key. Really cool. Yeah. I would spend all my money on this site if I could. But alas, I'm not that wealthy. But yeah, that's still building right now, so we're gonna give that a second. Yeah. That's probably gonna take, like, a good while. It looks like it's compiling the software from scratch, if I'm not mistaken. So we may have to completely play with that, I think, tomorrow on the next stream. But I will show you another tool that I use. So I've already talked about hamradioprep.com, which is a really great site, by the way, for if you are wanting to study ham radio and actually understand it. I definitely recommend them. There's also this hamstudy.org, which is really great for your practice tests and everything. I've been using it for a little while as well in combination. I like the way they do their tests a little bit more, but as you can see from my studies over here, let's see, is there a way that really show? But yeah, so this is an idea of what questions you're actually going to go through with the ham radio test. Now, the interesting thing you should know is that the pool of questions are publicly known. It's not like a lot of other cert tests. You do know the questions that will be asked, and you can actually find the answers in the test bank. I think there's, 150, 200 questions? But you go through things like the general's a little bit more in depth than technician. Technician you can probably knock out in a couple of afternoons and then take the test. General took me a few weeks. What is the first thing you should do if you are communicating with another amateur station and hear a station in distress break in? Acknowledge the station in distress and determine what assistance may be necessary. Which of the following best describes the radiation pattern of a quarter wave ground plane vertical antenna? Omnidirectional and azimuth, I think it is. What is the total bandwidth of an FM phone transmission having 5 kilohertz deviation and 3 kilohertz modulating frequency? $16. I think. What is an advantage of a digital multimeter as compared to an analog multimeter? Higher precision. Which of the following describes an azimuthal projection map? Map that shows true bearings and distances from a specific location. What is the purpose of using a receive attenuator? To reduce the transmitter power when driving a linear amplifier, to reduce excessive audio level on strong signals, to reduce power consumption when operating from batteries, to prevent receiver overload from strong incoming signals. What part of a packet radio frame contains the routing and handling information? Same as an email, it's the header. Which of the following antenna types will be the most effective as a near vertical incidence skywave NVIS antenna for short skip communications on 40 meters during the day? Ooh. May have to kind of guess on this one. I'm drawing a blank. Horizontal dipole placed between 1/10 and above. Okay. Think that. No, ain't. No. A vertical dipole. Which of the following is typical of the lower HF frequencies during the summer? Let's see. Where are we at? We're still building that. Worldwide propagation during daylight hours. Poor propagation at any time of day. Heavy distortion on signals due to photon absorption. High levels of atmospheric noise or static. Could be wrong on some of these, but that's why we're doing these practice questions. What is the primary purpose of a screen grid in a vacuum tube? To reduce grid to plate capacitance. I think that's it. How close to the upper edge of a band's phone segment should your displayed carrier frequency be when using 3 kilohertz wide upper sideband? How close to the upper edge? At least 3 kilohertz below the edge of the band. How does antenna gain in dBi compare to gain stated in dBd for the same antenna? Gain in dBi is 2.15 dB higher, if I recall. What type of rectifier circuit uses 2 diodes and a center tap transformer? I want to say full wave. What is the purpose of neutralizing an amplifier? To eliminate self-oscillations. Which of the following one-way transmissions are permitted? I think that's it. Yep, transmission to assist with learning the International Morse code. Which of the following is used to determine RF exposure from a transmitted signal? Its duty cycle, its frequency, its power density, all choices. How does a capacitor react to alternating current? Nope. Not as the amplitude. As the frequency of the applied AC increases, I think its reactance decreases. Which of the following conditions require a licensed amateur radio operator to take specific steps to avoid harmful interference to other users or facilities? When operating within 1 mile of an FCC monitoring station, when using a band where the amateur service is secondary, when a station is transmitting spread spectrum's emissions. I want to say all of those. What is meant by the term MMIC? Monolithic microwave integrated circuit. What standing wave ratio results from connecting a 50 ohm feed line to a 10 ohm resistive load? 5-to-1. How many watts of electrical power are consumed if 400 volt DC is supplied to an 800 ohm load? I'll say 200 watts. Which of the following is required when using FT8? Computer time accurate to within 1 second. What is the output voltage if an input signal applied to the secondary winding of a 4-to-1 voltage step-down transformer instead of the primary winding? The input voltage is multiplied by 4. What is the maximum transmitter power of an amateur station may use on the 12-meter band? Think could be wrong on this. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. That's not what I was thinking of for that. I could be wrong, and it could be 1500. It could be peak envelope power of 200. I always get confused on that one, because the annoying thing is you're just going to refer to the voluntary band plan for a lot of these things. What type of modulation varies the instantaneous power level of the RF signal? Amplitude modulation. Which mode is most commonly used for voice communications on the 17 and 12 meter bands? Upper sideband. Which of the following is required for lightning protection ground rods? Lightning grounds must be connected to all ungrounded wiring, together with all other grounds. What is an advantage of using IQ modulation with software-defined radios? Test. This is my practice test for my general ham radio license. I got that coming up in a couple of weeks. I need to get 26 out of 35 questions. I have a pool of 150 or 200 questions. What is an advantage of using IQ? All types of modulation can be created with appropriate processing. What is the minimum age that one must be to qualify as an accredited volunteer and examiner? 18 years. What sound is heard from an audio device experiencing RF interference from a single sideband phone transmitter? Distorted speech. What does the Q signal QRL mean? Are you busy? Why are HF scatter signals in the skip zone usually weak? Only a small part of the signal energy is scattered into the skip zone. What is the solar flux index? A measure of solar radiation with a wavelength of 10.7 centimeters. That sounds right. Which of the following direct fused power connections would be the best for a 100 watt HF mobile installation. To the battery using heavy insulated heavy-duty balanced transmission line? Nope. To the alternator or generator using heavy insulated? Nope. To the alternator? Nope. To the battery using heavy gauge wire. On which of all the following frequencies are general class licenses prohibited from operating as control operator? This one always trips me up. So I would have passed. I missed 3. Which 3 did I miss? Which of the following antenna types would be most effective as a near vertical incidence skywave antenna for a short skip communications on 40 meters during the day? Nope. So it is a horizontal pole. A horizontal dipole? That was literally my first choice. Why did I second guess myself? You know. Which of the following is typical of the lower HF frequencies during the summer? Okay, so if it's not worldwide propagation, high levels of atmospheric noise or static. Okay. And the third question, so it's not from a half-wave dipole. I think that's 30-meter bands. 15. Yep, it's 1,500. Okay. We're still waiting on this to build. I have a feeling that's not going to be finished for a while. So on that note, I can at least... switch up gears for a second, yeah. Ads. Yes, we has to make the money. He works hard for the money. He works hard for the money. Alright, so we're gonna wait for, that to compile all the stuff. There's a good chance that we may not be able to show off Andy's Ham Radio Linux tonight. At the very worst, we'll put it on the next stream, which should be tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So, let's at least see what we can do gaming-wise. Why is... Okay, so it did update that. Okay. Q. Q, 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 Q. And we're back. So we're waiting for this to build. So in the meantime, I did fix Warframe. It needed to get reinstalled. That seemed to be the issue. Funny how that works. Mac, Windows, Linux. Time for part 2 of my story. What's up, Shiraz? Hold on. Living in the distance, just like you always do, just like you always do. Already pulling me in, already under my skin. I run Pop OS. So this guy was a major Trump supporter and would watch Fox News all the time. Oof. That'd be annoying. And because he's mad, disorganized, his business isn't doing good, so he applied for an SBA loan. Ooh. All right, let's see. And like a revolver, inside it how we live. Really? You're gonna have me verify? Like, Steam was bugging me for a while, like, why aren't you logging into this and all that? I'm trying to bind the frickin' count. This ends, that you got me open, that you believe. Of course, emails always take a while. Okay, and of course, it moved over to the other monitor. Wanted to be part of something. All right. Hopefully now it works. This machine, I only wanted to be part of something. It used to, like, automatically log me in, and, like, since I started playing again, it hasn't. Okay, there we go.
Requests in your codex.
The funny thing was that Donald Trump cut federal funding to the SBA and his application was rejected with his excuse of being, oh no, but I voted for Trump. Well, you know what we say to that? Congratulations. You played yourself. Look, I'm not one of those people that's going to go around thinking you're an evil person because you voted for Donald Trump or whatever. But I'm also one of those people that is going to absolutely enjoy Schadenfreude. Like, Donald Trump was very open saying he was going to, you know, get rid of a lot of the things that a lot of the Trump supporters thought they were, going to need and all this stuff. So I'm like, yeah, everyone's going to get hurt because you didn't actually do your research. And the problem is, people care more about the jersey of the team that they're wearing than they care about what the actual team they're voting for in this election stands for. Or, I don't know, let's break it down even simpler. How about instead of voting for a frickin' party, you actually look at the damn candidate and then realize, do I like what this actual candidate believes?
You're nothing if not predictable.
How do I change disk to read-only mode in Unix? Struggling to understand the instruction.
Defensible and undetectable? You had to show it off, didn't you? As an
When you say read-only mode, are you talking about, like, the VM itself being, mutable? Well, there's different types of virtual machines, if that's what you're talking about. There's app ones, there's... God damn it. There's ones that basically the home is, immutable. There's ones that,
everything. And now you seek to ruin your mentor's hard work? Your hard work? I didn't design Animo to be a weapon, and...
But yeah, there's different ways that have it works. Well, have it as a read-only. God, I can't remember the way off the top of my head because I haven't really configured my Cubes OS in a minute myself. I know it can definitely be done, but it's just a matter of you talking about having the, when you say read only, are you talking about, God damn it, I can't get my thoughts together. Like the base operating system? Or are you talking about the home partition?
Stay focused. There's a
And then are you also talking about having it, so you can't make any changes on it? Or are you talking about where you come in, it'll reset itself? Chance. Yeah, no problem.
Come on.
Man, it's been so long since I played this game. You know, I last touched this game about 2 years ago. I forgot almost all the commands. Okay, come on. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crown.
The alarms have triggered a bursa.
Come on. Shit, my shields are down. Come on, you bastard. Come on, you're almost dead. Come on. Almost there. Almost there. Really? Did you, like, heal yourself or something? You know what I should probably do? Pay attention to my goal.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Fuck. I forgot about those puzzles. I used to solve those all the time. Okay, come on. What's up, VR God? Doing alright. Just waiting for some software to install on my Linux box and, just gaming right now. On both sides of the SKG movement. What do you mean by that? I can see what's good and bad. I don't really see how it's bad, because I have a few games that I have played in the past that really are the epitome of all we're asking for is just, look, if the studio is not going to support the game anymore, that's cool. Let it continue to play on, and the community can take it from there. It's a pretty straightforward thing. Ow. See why the devs don't want to pay millions on the service or game they're done with. I think you're misunderstanding. The devs don't need to actually host the servers. Allow the community to do the hosting of the servers. Here. When I finish this level, I'll show you an exact way this can already work with one of my other favorite games. God damn it. A server is not really anything fancy of software except... One second. There we go. All a server is a computer that can actually serve data, and we have AWS and tons of other digital data centers and everything. This is originally how gaming operated in the first place, where we didn't have companies hosting a lot of the servers. We were hosting our own. I'll show you in a couple of minutes what I mean by that, once I finish this level here. Will you need a crazy PC to run as a server for multiplayer games? No. Think about Minecraft. People host Minecraft servers all the time. Directors of Subnautica 2 got fired? I did not see that. All right, let's move on. A third of a click.
Or the Tenno.
They got fired, so the company didn't need to pay $250 million for what? I'm missing a few details there. Like, what did they have to pay $250 million for? If they reached revenue goal or something like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, companies will be sketchy like that. Personally, I'm kind of at the point in my own career where I'm like, I'm so tired of the corporate BS that I would like content creation to potentially take off and be a second job or something. But that's a lofty goal.
Never did have vision. On the contrary, I envisioned this whole venture will...
They delayed it, then fired them, and now the devs are suing them. Yeah, I can believe that.
Or the Lotus.
Okay, how the hell did I switch that weapon? Okay, I figured that out. That's not what I needed to figure out, though. Alright, hold on. I forgot my frickin' weapons. Alternate fire, fire weapon, toggle crouch. Switch gun.
Or the Tenno.
Each Tenno attack on my enemies has been logged, analyzed, and refactored from our Animo project. You brought these Tenno
No, I'm running Pop! OS Linux.
terrible miscalculation. You learned nothing from me.
I'm running System 76's own OS, but on my hardware. I like their operating system.
Made the competition.
Attack us and we will counter.
Oh, that was close. I didn't think I was gonna make that. Hi, boys. Bye, boys. Oh, shit.
Quick, hack that disabled ambulance and upload this protocol. Here comes the dropship with a special delivery. I haven't felt this good since they rebuilt my larynx.
God damn it. God damn it, I need more energy. Come on, you bastard.
Our dropship response times are second to none, ensuring prompt delivery in mission-critical roles.
Shields are getting low. I feel about this new Kali GPT. Haven't really played with it.
You need to hack the ambulance before Beck recovers them.
Someone hacked the Elmo Twitter account.
Success.
When we say Elmo Twitter account, do we mean like Elmo from Sesame Street or the funny name we gave Elon Musk? Oh, the actual Muppet? Spy Boy's locked in and gets 50 million here. That's all anti-Semitic. Look, that's pretty much all Twitter has really turned into. You heard that basically he had his chatbot basically turned into Mecha Hitler. You did not just run away from me. Shit, I forgot I gotta wait for that to reload.
All day long, Tenno, but you'll never defeat my Ambulance army. Now, you're just wasting my time.
Let me get a cybersecurity internship. Hey, let's go! True, I left years ago. It devolved into, yeah. Oh, this is Warframe. Why are my hits so weak? Well, for one, I haven't played this game in like 2 years, so I kind of forgot all the stuff I've done. And, yeah. I probably need better armor and everything. But yeah, I last touched this game 2 years ago, and then I'm like, I saw another streamer play, and I'm like, you know, I probably should, you know, look into that. And I also haven't unlocked new mastery ranks and stuff. I just figured out the, rank 7. Oh, did this, finish? Oh. Okay, so we can go back to, what we were doing. Hold on. All right, let's see. Give me 1 second. Make sure everything's working. I probably should switch up my what are we doing thing. We're gonna move back to just chatting. We're gonna take a quick look at Andy's Ham Radio Linux. Because that's what we were waiting for. All right. You just started studying for my general? Nice! Yeah, I've been studying for a couple of months. If you want some tips, so I use hamradioprep.com. I use the ARRL textbook, and then I've also been using hamstudy.org. If you go to hamradioprep.com, you can use code ChiefGeek3D to get 10% off. I at least hit them up to give a discount code for y'all. I don't get any money for it. It's just a discount for y'all. It is required to reboot the machine. So let's... Restart the VM. Computer Series 5000, driver 575. What about it? I haven't used a 5000 series GPU yet. I want to get a 5050 for the stream box over here so I can do AV1 encoding, but, yeah. All right. System. Hold on. Accessories. Let's get the display at least a little bit larger in this VM. Nope. Yeah, we'll deal with it later. Okay, so let's see what applications we have in here. A lot. Wow. Okay, we got a lot of different things in here. Okay, so this is an antenna analyzer. Oh, it's got a lot in here. Oh, it's got chirp built in. Of course, it doesn't work. I'm gonna have to learn about this. This is WSJTX. I think I remember. Oh, yeah, so this is how I can do FT8, FT4, MSK. Cool. I'm using Pop! OS Linux, if that's what you're wondering. Long life of using Mac OS. Yeah, if you came from a Mac background, you might like Pop! OS. I came from a Mac background. I mean, Windows, then Mac, then, yeah. Because it gives a Mac-like interface, see? Oh, I'm in a VM, so hold on. See? You get the launcher. It's got a very similar aesthetic and everything. This is just GNOME from Pop! OS, the way they have it customized. They'll have their new Cosmic DE in the near future. Can you utilize an SDR radio and decipher encrypted law enforcement CHS? Can you? Yes. Should you? No. I'm pretty sure that's not legally allowed. But yeah. What's up, Just Dev? Oh yeah, there's a lot of tools in here that I'm probably never gonna touch. It's also got KiCad installed. Doesn't seem to launch the chirp thing. Interesting. So it's there. They have an issue with the launcher. So Chirp is a programmer that you can use for you can use this to program your radio. So you can plug your radio in and do that. I've done that for my car radio. That's useful right there. JS8. Yeah, it's got a lot of different things. I'm going to have to play with a lot of these. It's kind of overwhelming with how much it has. Let's see what logs it has. SDR has Dream, GNU Radio Companion, GQRX, Linrad, Quisk, SDR++, and SDR Cleanup. Oh, it's even got satellite telemetry, so you can even do a G-predict. So you can actually see what satellites are in... Oh, look! You can even see when the ISS is in... That's cool. That's cool. Alright, so let's see what else we have. Antenna... I don't know how to use this. This is an antenna designer, I take it? I'd have to play with that a little bit more. Oh, RF exposure calculator? That's useful to have. Let's say I wanted to make something for 100 megahertz at 8 gauge. Ooh. That could actually help me determine the precise antenna I want. So let's say I wanted to do at 144 with 8 gauge wire. That is cool. So I can do the antenna calculations right there. So let's say I wanted to do it with 14 gauge wire. That is neat. Down the road, I'll probably get into designing my own antennas. Buddy's in there, SDR. It's got Arduino in there. Ebook text file to convert. Oh, you can convert an ebook into CW? Ha ha ha! Just transmits the entire Sun Tzu Art of War. Some of these, okay, this is interesting. So it's opening it in wine. Oh, it's got contest software in here. That'll be useful when I start doing... Can you tell the ISS to give me photos of their mom? What's QRQ do? "50 random call signs from a database will be sent. After each call sign, enter what you have heard. If you've copied correctly, full points are credited, and the speed increases by 2 words per minute. Otherwise, the speed decreases in only a fraction. Oh, is this for... Okay. That's for learning CW. Nice. Okay, so this is something else. What's this? Hmm. I'm gonna have to look up what this is. I'm gonna have to look up what a bunch of these applications are. Direwolf. PTT, not configured for channel. Ready to accept. So I think I would have to, yeah, it looks like I would have to have something plugged in for this. Oh, push to talk, not configured for channel 0. Ignore if using Vox. Yeah, but I don't have a radio configured at all for this. Streamlater took away the thing that said work on another clip while this uploads. Oh, that's annoying as shit. I take it you're working on the clips for my other video. Ooh. This is neat. I can tell what bands are good and all of that. This is great. I'm gonna need a lot of these HF propagation tools. Oh. Yeah, I'd have to play with a lot of these different tools. Ooh. Well, that's neat. You can see who's actually being picked up from where in the world. I mean, this isn't me picking up anything, but this is just, I guess, what other people are picking up. Is this beacons? Got Tel Aviv, Finland, Argentina, Peru, Venezuela. Yeah, these look like beacons. I could be mistaken, but that looks like beacons. You got one from the United Nations. But yeah, these look like beacons that are being propagated. What power up they giving? No, a beacon, a radio beacon. You use these so that you can actually collect data, like for who's hitting what, and be able to see that your radio's working fine. That's cool, though. I'm gonna need that for making sure my things are working. And then you can actually see the day-night cycle over here. See, like, look, you can see the map where it's corresponding to the different beacons. This is cool. Oh, I can't wait till my radio's set up, and then I actually am picking these beacons up on my own setup. That'd be so cool. pskreporter.info. Okay. So this is... Okay, this is the map, I guess, of what everyone's seeing each other in HF. That's really cool. ZL6B is definitely a New Zealand beacon. ZL3RT. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. I haven't dealt with Handy's Ham Radio Linux or a lot of the apps, so I'm just literally giving a surface level look and trying to figure out what they are. Now this, I think... Let's limit it to 30 meter band. So let's say... Okay. I see. So these are picking up on... Okay, so these are just being able to be seen so you can see who's picking up your signal. Tariffs have hit Home Depot. Cedar panels went up to $120 and $110 respectively. What were they before? What's up, X1? Okay, Q-Grid. Oh, I see. So I could actually, 99.89. Nice. Well, not nice. It's kind of annoying that they went up. Everything's gonna get more expensive. I'm just playing with a bunch of the different ham radio software I'm looking at. VoaCap. Oh, this is useful. So if I'm not mistaken, this is a, is this going to help me figure out the minimum usable, maximum usable frequency and, lowest usable frequency? So let's say I wanted to go from... Okay, let's say Dallas, Texas. To Osaka. Kind of weird how it lays it out like that. Something my best friend Sajin would listen to. Probably. I am Moroccan. Oh, you have a Baofeng? Nice. Okay, so let's see. Signal strength map. Why did you mess up? Reliability map. Okay, here we are. Okay, so maybe it's just taking a little bit of time to load up those. Just be patient. Oh, well, this is Middle Eastern. Okay. Point-to-point planner. What's the planner do? Oh, we got propagation charts and all that. This is really cool. Yeah, there's a ton of tools in here. X-log scoring. Okay, so I could use this for scoring, but it seems to only, like, those ones. Kind of a basic logger. And the reason why you want to have your logs is in case, you know, the FCC comes knocking, you can say, look, I only made context to these things. Now, fly away. K-log. Okay, got the city. This popped up about the Ukraine war. I mean, on one hand, I get it, but on the other hand, I'm like, really? That's cool. Okay. I'd have to figure out. Ooh, e-log. I guess you can tie it into some logs there. Oh, it's got satellite information in there. That's a conclusion which goes good with the DreamWorks thing to tie it all up. Michael Bay level rating you did on this one. Wow. So there's a lot of different capabilities with these different ones. I'm going to have to play with all of them. For those of you that do ham radio, do you have any logging tools you prefer? Because, like, there's several different logs, you know, out here. Logbook server? What's up, Luna? Haley, 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 me. I tried to install a GUI using Windows Subsystem for Linux. It went very broken. Yeah, I've been having a lot of misses with Windows Subsystem for Linux. When it comes to the GUI, I don't know what's going on with it. I have to use it at work, and, like, so many things just seem broken. Well, when using GUI. I can squawk 7500 on this. Squawk 7500? What the hell do you mean by that? Not 1mm. Oh! I think this was the log that a bunch of my friends said that they like to use. Yeah, I'd have to change that. This is Alabina, one of my favorite artists when I grew up. Algerian? No, Moroccan. She sings in French, Arabic, and Spanish. I'm not belly dancing, just Dev. Salama ya salama, ragnagi naga salama. Salama, ragnagi naga salama. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play with a lot of this stuff. Rig control. FL rig. So I'm guessing these actually deal with those. Now, we have satellite stuff here. AMSAT telemetry analysis tool. Thanks for the follow, Dora, with the gun. This is going to be really fun to start, like, seeing, like, where I can actually, see different satellites coming in from. Oh, yeah, that's the tool I brought in earlier. So we can actually see where the ISS is actually able to be seen. And stuff like that. Or at least, I think that's the sample. Yeah, but we'll have to figure it out. There's a lot of tools in here. NOAA AAPT. Oh! This is literally to pull up from NOAA satellites. And you can do it with an RTL SDR. Looks like they have it in a dipole. So you'd have to record the wave file using these frequencies. And then you can use an SDR using GQRX. This is interesting. So I may not even need the weather satellite thing. More so just I would need an SDR with a V dipole. So I could even use this. I'm gonna have to play with that. I'm gonna be my own weather station, biatch! Because we don't trust big weather. The government's using the satellites to control our thoughts. Sat dump. Oh! I can pull up stuff from the satellites and do processing offline. Ooh, this is cool. So as I get some satellite dishes pointed to the sky, I can do some really fun things. This is cool. If you want to record to MP3, you can use SDR airband. Interesting. Do I have that in here? I don't think I do. I'm just going through all the apps that Andy's Ham Radio Linux installed. Or it's called RTL Airband. Oh. So this is for some NOAA satellites. Man, I can't wait to get my radio set up, because then I can do all this shoes. So we have the GNU radio companion here. But GQRX seems to be the tool that a lot of people want to use. Fire dispatch where I live. I also have a folder which works with said recordings on GitHub. Nice. Yeah, I was just playing with Andy's Ham Radio Linux, because in the next week or two, I should have my ham shack built, and I wanted to see what I wanted to do for that, without having to use Windows. Alright, let's see. Linrad. Okay. I'd have to play with this a little bit more. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun playing with this stuff. dbob16/file browser. VPN, unless you want it public, though. I haven't built it into auth yet. I'll have to take a look at that. Kind of cool they include KeyCAD and a couple other things, although it's kind of weird how they have a ham radio folder over here, but then Andy Ham Radio Linux over here. Yeah, I'm mostly interested in the loggers and stuff like that. And then I probably am going to end up using this WSJTX app. Because I saw my coworker that was using this a while use this so that we could actually see band activity, erase, all that, generate standard messages. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to me getting my general ham license because I'm going to be able to get more into this and understand it. But more importantly, I should have emergency comms in case crap hits the fan. And I found out that you can actually do amateur ham radio TV. There's ways to do TV over ham radio. Which is interesting to me because I thought that you couldn't do a one-way broadcast. But apparently you can. You can even do it on a simple technician license, but of course, technician doesn't give you as many privileges as general does. Here. Now that we have that set up, I can shut this down. So the main reason that I'm getting into the general license that I was talking about a while ago is, let's pull up the band plan chart. So for those of you not aware, you can get, there's 3 levels in the United States for licenses. You start out with technician, which is the lowest license. Very easy to attain. You can do it in a couple afternoons. It's mostly just safety questions. General takes a little bit more knowledge, as you saw, where I went through the earlier practice test. Both technician and general require passing 26 out of 35 questions. But as we can see in the band plan here, T is technician. Anything with a T I can have access to. So 23 centimeter band, 33 centimeter band, 70 centimeter band, 1 1/4 meter, 2 meter, 6 meter. But now where we start getting into like some real limitations, 10 meter, and then you start seeing like we barely have access to almost anything else. Because once you're on, like, you see, like, you only have access to 28 to 28.5 with single sideband and RIDI phone, whereas on 10 meter, I have the ability to do phone and image. You can actually do scanning TVs and, like, scanning images and all that. Technically just radio waves. As long as the frequency is the bandwidth, you have a way to encode and decode it. You can do anything, really. If the SHTF, I'm starting my own pirate radio station. If I can wrangle up ample solar power and a decent transmitter, LOL. I think that's what we all plan to do. But as you can see, the reason why I'm getting my general is it gives me a lot more access to overall this stuff. Now, I will eventually probably go for my amateur extra, which is denoted by E. But as you can see, the main jump is from technician to general. General gives you most of the access to everything. But then you get like little slivers of spectrum in various places. So for example, on the 15 meter band, I get just a small sliver of 0.075 megahertz. On the 20 megahertz band, I get, 0.25. You get, like, small slivers. Not much. But with Amateur Extra comes, the ability that if I want, I can actually help volunteer to test for people that are taking the General and Amateur Extra. Whereas with the General, I can only help with people that want to take their Technician license. So, that'll be fun. I've floated the idea, if down the road, a year or 2 or 3 from now, we have enough people in the, server that actually are interested, we could form our own club and do our own tests and all that stuff to help, advance the art and science of radio. Because I think this is a very lost art that a lot of people are not really focusing on anymore. Honestly, I would say that learning the art and science of radio, amateur radio, should be a vital part of anyone learning networking, especially in the day and age that we have now, where everyone is dealing with wireless internet. Because, I will be honest with you, your dad's big into ham radios, you should learn from him. It's a very good hobby to get into, and if you're into tech, understanding amateur radio will vastly help your understanding of wireless signal propagation as a whole. When we're talking about Wi-Fi, or anything. Learning networking, can you elaborate? Oh, yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to ham radio, well, let's back that up. When it comes to wireless internet, a lot of network technicians treat wireless internet as magic voodoo. They don't understand how it works, why some signals are stronger than others, the signal propagation, the angle that the antenna is placed at, and things like that. I can tell you, from just the few months that I've spent studying ham radio, when I cracked open this laptop here, I started to understand the Wi-Fi signal issues they had because they placed the antenna flat. And the signal propagation was not optimal. So I'm going to be hacking that little laptop to have the signal propagation work a little bit better. But by understanding ham radio, you can then better understand how to better plan and prepare your wireless network, as well as be able to look into sources of interference potentially. There's a whole world of like networking that opens up once you understand it, as well as the fact that you can do things like WinLink and such, where you can even send emails to each other without internet. There is ways to send data without internet. So you have fallback comms and things like that. But it is magic. You are a wizard, Harry. He's got call signs and has antennas all over his truck. I'll get there one day. I shall be crazy man with satellite dish and antenna all over car. Any tips on getting your first IT job? Well, it's really tough right now, I'll be honest with you, because the way the government has been dealing with things, it's caused a lot of hiring freezes and all of that stuff. The best thing I can recommend is home labbing, tinkering, building a blog, and getting your work down. I mean, a lot of people are like, I'll go to college and I'll get a job. I didn't go to college for my job. I put my nose to this grindstone. I studied a lot of different things. I made a blog on the different technologies that I've dealt with. I made, documented my journey and everything like that. I have some YouTube videos that help out with that. I think the video that most apply is the truth about certs, why your resume is getting ignored, but also go network and meet people. That is the one thing that is heavily overlooked every time I see people go say they're looking for a job. They'll say, I've sent out hundreds of resumes. I've, been applying on all these sites and all of that and don't get callbacks. And I asked them, have you gone to any in-person networking events? And they say, no. You'd be surprised how more likely you are to get a job by going and putting yourself out there and meeting people. Without internet? How? Well, all data is a stream of data, in zeros and ones. If you can just transmit that and have it received, it can be done. You don't need the internet to transmit data. The internet is just how most of us have been using, the internet is just how we've been transmitting data. That's all it is. The cool thing about radio is if the internet ever goes down, see, the issue with the internet and cell systems that we have is that it relies on so many pieces to work that everything on my end could be working, but not on my provider's end, so then I can't communicate with you. Let's just think about all the steps that take everything for this stream to work right. I have to be able to have a connection to my ISP who's able to hop over to the AWS servers that are probably housing this and going through. There's a lot of different points that go on. Whereas with radio, all I need is to be able to transmit and someone to be able to receive. There's really no other intermediaries there unless you're talking about a repeater at most. My dad was in electronics and radio tech and passed some of that knowledge on to me when I was relatively young. Nice. My dad was a Air Force guy that worked in technology and stuff like that. I always imagined it'd be much slower to use anything else. Slower? Yes. But in situations where you're talking about a down situation, like what was it about 2 years ago? We had AT&T go out nationwide. T-Mobile had another thing. Hey, thank you for the raid, Alone Donut. Yeah, if we had a AT&T, T-Mobile, there's been other ones that go out. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Alone Donut. And anyone in the stream here, please go check them out. For those of you new to my stream, my name's Chief Geek 3D. I do cybersecurity, gaming on Linux, ham radio. We were just finishing doing a little bit of Warframe while I was going through and checking out Andy's ham radio Linux and a bunch of ham radio tools as I'm building my ham shack. And we've just been talking about how you can actually use ham radio to transmit data like emails and stuff without the internet. But yeah, back to what I was saying. Yeah, it's slower, but it's more reliable because you got to think about situations where the internet goes out. You got to think, and it has happened. Border gateway protocols, things like that mess it up in the world. We've seen this happen. It's not a, oh, tinfoil hat. It's happened. It will happen again. The internet will go down at some point. Going to raid and disappears. The kids are super sleepy. Have a great night. Well, yeah. Go take care of the kids. Have a great night, buddy. Thank you for the raid. And I think yeah, my bot gave you a shout out. Cool. Now, we also had the situation where AT&T, T-Mobile have gone down. We had a situation where Portugal and Spain and the south of France all lost power. I think it was for about 2 or 3 days. People literally were not able to call their loved ones. Do you know what 2 systems people that I were in touch with were using to be able to communicate with people? Ham radio, Meshtastic. Now, Meshtastic doesn't require a license to operate, but there are ham licensed modes you can use to use increased power. Politics went really close last year when Yemen threatened to cut off fiber optics from the EU. Yeah, that'll happen. I mean, people don't even understand how sensitive the internet system we have is, because everyone's like, well, it's all, through satellites beaming it across my... No. The modern internet is fiber optic cables at the bottom of the sea that often get chewed by sharks, believe it or not. It's really fascinating to talk about, underwater sea cables and things like that. We actually had to figure out a Z-scaler issue when I was at work. When I was at work, but before, undersea cable map. So we had an issue where we had an employee that was working from Israel at the time. And for some reason, Zscaler was hitting Russia. Now, obviously, for legal reasons, we can't have our data go through Russia. This was a long time ago. And I was the one that, was pointing out, well, if you look at Israel... I forgot where it was. I think it was Tirat Carmel. Yeah, if you looked at where it was going through, the closest connection, I think, at the time was routing through Istanbul. It was like some weird hop from their servers at the time. But yeah, if you're curious, this is submarinecablemap.com, and this actually can tell you where all the cables are pointed. Yeah, that's what it was. It was going up through Tirat Carmel to Istanbul, and then it was hopping over to here. And at the time, apparently, the closest server for Zscaler was in Russia. Because that was the closest path in terms of fiber optic cables. And Spain was a much further route. Dang, I remember when you were doing 3D printing. I still do that once in a while. I've just been so many different things and all that I've been doing. I mean, I still do 3D printing. I got my soldering iron right here. I 3D printed this case. The only issue I had with 3D printing was it was just such a time sink into a lot of the things I was doing. Don't get me wrong, I love it. I enjoy it. I still do it once in a while. And then I just didn't keep up with all the hardware improvements and everything. And now there's like so many different things. Eventually I'll get to it. I want to get a Prusa Core XY, but yeah. Model them yourself. Some things yes, some things no. That I did not model. I've modeled a few things. I remember when I was in the middle of COVID, I raised a few $1,000s selling 3D printed multi-passes for COVID ID cards. That pulled me out of credit card debt. The credit card debt that I had racked up because of the pandemic and everything. It was an interesting time. I might make a ransomware total conversion scenario for Plague Inc. sometime. I was thinking about using the submarine fiber map as the routes if it lets me change the shipping and airport routes. It's still a very interesting map to look at. I mean, it's really interesting to know how the world is interconnected in such a way. Like, it's kind of, interesting when you think about it. Like, there's no real, like, for example, that I can see direct connection from the US to Africa. And how they, find the shortest paths in different ways. Like, if you look at, like, this in Brazil, Brazil's a jump-off point for a lot of things. If Brazil goes down, we lose our link to Africa and stuff, at least in that route. It'd have to be rerouted over through here. It's really fascinating when you think about this, just how sensitive the internet is. Like, you look at South Africa, they're at the tip down here, and there's, like, barely any connections. It's even interesting to see how there's undersea cables going from here to here. I think you got Buffalo, New York to Toronto. You've got Michigan to Illinois over here. Michigan to... Oh, there's an island connection there. You have Michigan to Michigan right here. That's interesting. Well, that's even more interesting is you, like, have this one from, like, Buffalo, New York to Toronto, but there's not really that many from the U.S. to Canada. I presume a lot of our connections are here in coastal. Like, you look up the coast, though, like, there's littered up. It's absolutely amazing if you think about it. Like, look at this. You have Alaska literally here, but we have walled off from Russia. That is really interesting. Yeah, like, you think about it, like, Russia basically has to connect all the way over. That's a long way around if we do resume those connections. But, yeah. Alright, well, we tinkered with ham radio and a few things tonight, at least Handy's Ham Radio Linux, and talked about my ham shack and got to do a little bit of Warframe and tinkering and all that. Thank you all for joining me. I will be back most likely tomorrow. I got to do some shopping, though, for the getting some granite and stuff like that for the backyard and everything. If you haven't already, make sure to follow me on all the socials. I'm on TikTok, YouTube, Mastodon, Blue Sky. I also have a Discord. I also have a Matrix. You're all more than welcome to join. We got a little over 1,000 people in the Discord. It's quite a nice place. And of course, DEF CON will be coming soon, so I should be out there. I'll have some more information on if we want to hang out with the community that, we've built. I probably will have something for B-Sides, the DEF CON shoot, and DEF CON itself. I'll get the details figured out. But I should have a lane reserved for us for the DEF CON shoot. So if I bang bang is your kind of thing, you can meet up, we can hang out, and we can shoot the breeze. But thank you all for joining me. I should be back on stream tomorrow evening around 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Otherwise, stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch. But otherwise, I love all y'all. Stay safe, happy hacking, and I'll see you tomorrow.